Hello, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here with you guys. And let's start with what I have in mind for this for the next 4 hours. So, in the second part of my program, I'll take you for a tour of Kazimierz. I know you've been there more than once with different people on different times. But what I'll try to do in that tour of mine is actually to take you to the place that you know, but through the time that you perhaps may know a bit less. So to the Kazimierz of the 50s and 60s and 70s and perhaps even 80s and early 90s. This is a space that I fairly know because I was born in 1983 in Kazimierz on Paulińska Street. And my family been living there in Paulińska and on Józefa Street for generations. So how about we go and take a walk, or actually take a ride through the Kazimierz of the 70s. But before that, and that's going to happen in the second part of my program. But before that, we're gonna talk a bit more about the figurines and in a wider aspect about how Poland and the Poles and the Jews perceive each other. You know, we're going to do this through the number of discussions with a number of guests that I have invited from all over the world. And we'll try to see where those images, this mutual way of perceiving each other comes from. I mean, I think that one of the unique features of the Jewish-Polish experience or Jewish-Christian experience in Poland is that the proximity of how close we as a Christian Poles and the Jews as a Jewish Poles, or Poles and the Jews, been living throughout the history. I mean, if you look at the Poland of 1930s, you see that out of those 3 million Jews, most lived in the central Poland. And this is actually where most of the ethnic Poles would live at the same time. So while pre-war Poland was a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multinational country with different minorities, it would be central Poland where vast majority of the inhabitants would be ethnic Poles and Polish Jews, living very close to each other, occupying the same spaces, cities, bigger cities, smaller cities. Approximately 70% of the Polish Jews in pre-war Poland would live in the central Poland, big part of them in 5 largest cities. So we've been in contact with each other, but just like an example of Kazimierz, my neighborhood, looking at this Kazimierz from the past, we see that although my grandparents would have Jewish neighbors, and the Jewish neighbors would have grandparents, would have non-Jewish neighbors like my grandparents, the relation would be not very strong. The Kazimierz was occupied by the Hasidic, mostly community, poor on both ends, on Polish or ethnic Polish and Jewish side. So those new bridges would just start to be created in the 30s, in the 20s, but in the generation of the parents of our grandparents, those relations would be very limited. Of course, my and great-parents probably would have met the assimilated modern Jews, but they would not recognize them walking on the streets of Main Square or other more or other better districts than Kazimierz. So it is not a coincidence that if you look at the Polish literature, the iconic books that are until very today shapes the identity of the present day Poland. If you look at those books, and if you look at how the Jews are being perceived and presented in those books, you see that these are very stereotypical features, ranging from Yankel, a musician in some inn, to modern owners of the factories in Łódź of 19th century. So we have people that are very poor and Orthodox, or very rich and successful. you know, so this was this image of the pre-war Poland. Then 60, 70, 80 years later, we are finding ourselves in a country which is virtually free of those typical Jewish features. I mean, you know, Poland of 1950s, 60s, 70s, even though that there are Jews living and there are Jewish communities still present, the Jews themselves, especially after 1968, are invisible for the regular, normal people on the streets. So this is when you know, we're left with those pre-war images, stereotypes, and while in the Western world you would have still living, vibrant Jewish communities, so you could see how the Jewishness evolves, how the Jewishness change and adjust to the new modern reality, how the Jewishness is challenged by all the modern problems. In Poland, it was just not there. But of course, even in 70s, 80s, 90s, the early 90s, the Jews are still present. I mean, we are, their ghosts are still in hunting us. The skeletons are still in the closets. Everyday objects that used to belong to the Jews are still found in our homes as everyday objects. So we're surrounded with the traces of this Jewishness. So perhaps in some kind of symbolic act, we are trying to figure out how to familiarize those Jews, how to stop being afraid of those ghosts of the past that we have never had the chance to face, to digest in the wider public discussions. So what are some symbol? What are the other symbols we could produce if we wanted to create this iconic Jewish person and then stop being afraid? Because the figurines is of course is the symbol of something much wider, because we're not talking only about wooden figurines, we're talking about paintings that are also representing the same very stereotypical symbol picture of the Jews. And again, this is one thing is just to describe this phenomenon, but the other thing is to look at the intentions of those people that are both producing it, and perhaps not that much now, because this today is or became, especially in the late 90s and early 2000s, became just a touristic product or a commercial product. But at the very beginning, I don't think that they were created in the late 80s, early 90s, you know, as a souvenir that would make people rich. I think that it came from within, as some kind of response to some inner need. And this is something that we see today. I mean, again, if you look at the Jewish Culture Festival and the final concert of the Jewish Culture Festival, you see that, you know, especially this older generation of Poles, not necessarily the youngsters that will spend time in Alchemia or in other places listening, you know, modern Jewish music. This older generation really waits for this very traditional, stereotypical, based in this kind of fiddler on the roof klezmer music, and this is where, you know, they really enjoy and dance, and this is the moment, and this is something that we've seen on our own eyes at the festival. And the figurines themselves also are not always being introduced or presented with a mean, mocking intention. Since I was studying Jewish studies, my family was interested in why and what and so on and so on. And often I would get from members of my family a beautiful wooden figurines of the Jews, not to mock me, not because they would be anti-Semitic, but because this was the only way they could figure out, they could recognize and acknowledge my interest in this Jewishness. So this is kind of a way of introduction, but let's take a look at how the issue of whether those figurines really do define our Polish-Jewish relations, how the people that came to Poland, felt in Poland, felt with those figurines. And so I've invited a number of people that been spent some time in Poland. The first one, Jared Gimpel, who came to Poland more than 10 years ago, 8 years ago, from United States as a volunteer at the Galicia Jewish Museum, coming here to Poland as a young student, quite a shy guy. And then we know that this time in Poland, these discussions we had, interaction he had, really has changed him. And because Jared is now in the United States, this would have been like 2 a.m. for him. I actually recorded our discussion yesterday, so this is gonna be the only pre-recorded discussion that I will show, and then from then we will have a living people. So now let me just introduce you to my colleague, Jared Gimpel, and I'll give me a second. I need to start sharing sharing my screen. And in a sense, I understand that from really being in places like New York City and like the entire United States, and it's also my American background also inside the world of walking through as well, because I think that the United States, especially in the past, but also in the present, really has done things and with regards to its popular culture that have been not only centered about the second. And I think that it's saying that we belong to the issue for which actually we were saying well, actually mostly Sicilian, but anyhow, hurricane comes in after I've been getting summer program and struggling to find work, and get electricity in my house shuts off. So I sort of like go to the library to do job applications, and then I'm in one place to get hired that I didn't have the best electricity. I just typing away, and then I finally get it. And I remember walking around the sandbox and talking to the I think I'm going to experience this heartland of Jewish culture. And yes, I think that there were some people in the sense that were scared, possibly for a number of reasons, but apparently they did research something that's so different than the Czech Republic in many respects, that there really was a lot of misunderstanding of Jewish heritage, but also increasing integration
Speaker, I really was knowledgeable about the role that the whole country and whole party have to side with it. So, in general. So, as a result, then I'm just going to experience away that my ancestors are no longer going to do something that I consider as an institution before, but that is something that I would genuinely live. And it only got better from there in that respect, because there were so many consequences in culture that I realized that it had Poland did, not just Poland, but also many of the other surrounding. I should apologize for not visiting the Slovakia for what we did in 2019 at the Festiwal Wielokulturowy. But one thing I noticed when I was there with that youth same time of year that Jewish holidays are closed. Jewish was also prominent in a sense. And another thing, also that's the prominence of donuts and variety I should add. So many other things, including the understanding that the Muslim has to do more than a Islamic something rather than follow people who eat in the first and second time. So it's like it's many of not particularly in part because whenever we were starting all the way back to Abraham Lincoln funded and I say everything so and it's happens that what's also that there's also my father primarily had roots in Hungary and also the Russian Empire as well. So as a result there. Probably in some areas, but it's not open. Or did figure my family, but usually it was primarily other things. And my father had a significant American lifestyle where he had there were many very concrete things that happened there. And also concerning that it's isolated, very religious area where there was a lot of integration between religious and capital. And I've heard that it's pretty much talking about the days. And then it's the same way that every systemic be different varieties of integration of the that is the community support that and the kind of house and in that respect, I also get to experience I asked for overwhelming sessions. There was so much rehearsal for me genuinely living in the local I asked for I actually do, but I just genuinely remember that it was significant. I remember that after getting to the airport by 5 days, and I remember a number of memories from TV that I enjoyed in the airport. One of them was that I actually saw the Canadians who were not parking here, and I think that really frozen into It had the logos from the Nintendo 64 Game Boy Color. In 2011, right outside its concrete walls, that was one thing. And on top of that, there were a lot of programs that were providing signs present the culture you really want. And said was the same part of the synagogues there. The more some were still functioning, and in a sense they carried a lot of that legacy. And then, of course, there was the also showed the building also the Metropolitan building. So if you go across the river, I think you get more typical communism based. And then, of course, which is high-rise that here is destroyed as a result of the Nazi occupation. And in a sense, it genuinely felt that every single one of the neighborhoods had felt like a little time capsule in a sense. And also, it's inspired me later on down the line to make role-playing game sets in various other countries. Because I started thinking about my life as an expatriate going and every single person sort of like their character. And the sense that sense of being an outsider also turned me into game design as well, because I carried that spirit of adventure and I think that most people really think that I would say almost all of them would be lost in that respect. And in this sense, I think that it's probably anchored more in the rather than values in that respect. And this is the first time I've actually been on camera when I was in elementary school. Conflicts and NGOs that are actually like stuff into from my city. So as a result, I genuinely felt as from my heads were things that I did that really did. I was like almost like I flowed the tone for that in that respect. So I really think it's actually physical for both. To be honest with it, it's an outsider and it's quite probably not. The fact is, I think it's more rooted in a certain nostalgia. And I really think that whether that be in the United States or another is something that a lot of the kids does for the purpose of themselves and so on, they want to do it. So, likely almost that. But again, I would say that it's an outsider.
All right. So sorry for the quality of the sound. It's because the recording was the interview was pre-recorded, and we're traveling from the United States to Australia, and I would like to introduce you a dear friend and a colleague, Kate Rosenberg, who is here with us, connecting from Sydney. No. Okay.
Cuba, Melbourne.
Melbourne, of course. I said connecting not from Sydney, but from the best Australian town, city of Melbourne. That's precisely what I said. She's not alone. She's with her wonderful family, and they will be starting a Shabbat service soon. So we are on a clock. So Kate, first of all, thanks so much for joining us. As I mentioned, Kate, she lives in Australia, but before that she lived in Israel and also was an intern at Krakow at the Galicia Jewish Museum some time ago. Her roots, though, are in a small town of Włoszczowa, somewhere between Krakow and Warszawa and Warsaw. And Kate, together with her parents and husband, Gal, are visiting Krakow and Poland often, and we really missed her this year. So Kate, what's up?
What's up? Well, actually, we just, so they just did the brachot for Shabbat. It's actually the first time that we've had my nana here for the first time this year with COVID, and one of my uncles has come with my auntie, and it's pretty much the biggest Shabbat I've had all year round. Usually we have like maybe 20 odd people for Shabbat dinner every week, but tonight is like 8 of us, and that's huge. But how are you, Kuba? Good to see you.
Yeah, we're coping, and it's really heartbreaking to see Krakow being so empty. And I think we now more than ever value all the people and all the connections and all the friendships that we have, and all the people that we haven't seen here coming. Yeah. So just going straight to the chase. I know, as I mentioned, you have roots here. What was the process of you learning about that? Was it some kind of, listen, Kate, we need to tell you something about, sit down, you're Polish. And I said, I'm Polish, no. What was
That's exactly what it looked like. No, so what it looked like, to be honest, was that before I realized I was Polish, I was told and explained that I was Jewish. And after I was told and explained that I was Jewish, I was told and explained that all 4 of my grandparents were Holocaust survivors. And in, like, maybe quite common for Jews in Melbourne and in Sydney as well, I actually didn't realize until I was about 12 or 13 years old that you could be Jewish and not be 2nd-gen Holocaust survivors. I just, like, I had no, that was just like the norm amongst my friends and the people I went to school with and my family. And it wasn't actually until much, much later, maybe around the time that I was maybe 20, I was already studying in university. I was studying history and Jewish studies, and really started to delve into my family's history, that I really got a sense that I was not just Jewish and not just Australian and not just the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, but also Polish. I mean, look at me, clearly I'm Polish, but and I remember really having like this light bulb moment of, oh my God, if not for the Holocaust, then all 4 of my grandparents are Polish. I could have been born in Poland. So you mentioned Włoszczowa, which is where my dad's dad is from. The other grandparents are from Krinki. My grandmother, the sole surviving grandmother, which is just outside of Białystok. Another grandparent is from Łódź, and my dad's mother is from Oświęcim. So that we're scattered from all over Poland, really. And so I don't know, I had this kind of light bulb moment of, who am I? Am I Australian? Am I Israeli? Am I Jewish? Am I this? Am I that? Could I be Polish? Which led me down this track of coming out to Krakow to spend some time with you guys, which is where we met, Kuba. And I reckon, was it like 12 years ago now? It was 2006. So 14 years ago. And I went through like a pretty big kind of learning curve of learning a little bit more about what it meant to be Polish Jewish, what it meant to be Jewish in Poland today, which is also different from what I understand to be Polish Jewish in Australia. And I can kind of tell you that in the end, I came to the conclusion, I'm still, working through it, but definitely feel very Polish, definitely feel very Jewish and Australian. But from there, I made the decision to make Aliyah and move to Israel, which is where I lived for 10 years and where I met my husband, who's Israeli. And have more or less learned that I'm all of these things together, and all of it makes up who I am. Was there some kind of picture of Poland that was conveyed to you before coming? Was that some kind of colors that your parents would use to describe Poland or Jewish Poland, or your family's relation back in Poland with Poland? Yeah, I mean, people thought I was crazy. People why, what is a good Jewish girl like you're doing in Poland? Why would you want to go to Poland? There were some people, and it wasn't the first time I was in Poland. By the time I came to spend that, about 6 months in Poland, I had been twice before. Once on like a family history kind of trip. And the second time I came, or maybe 3 times I'd been before. I'd been on different kind of visits. And those first few times I came, it was so worked up in my mind that it was a terrible place, where only terrible things happened. And I think the first time I came, I'm willing to admit, like, I refused to go shopping. I didn't buy anything. I was like, I am here because it's a Holocaust trip, and I'm not going to, do it. There's no such thing as fun in Poland. And it took time to learn the different layers and to accept and embrace, really, that I am also Polish, and that makes no sense to say that, like, there's no such thing as fun or good things in Poland. Because in fact, my families, like all of those families that are from Poland, lived wonderful lives in Poland before, you know, the period of time, which is the Holocaust. There's so many generations of my family lived there. You know, there were births, there were marriages, there were really good, wonderful things that happened amongst our Jewish families. But it just took me time to really, I don't know, learn about it or be willing to really consider it, I think.
So we spoke a bit about how you and your family perceived Poland and how was those first moments. Do you remember reaction of Poles? I mean, do you remember of you know, the encounters with the, you know, local tribes of Kazimierians and Krakowians and Poles when they met you?
So the first few times I probably didn't meet many Poles at all. You know, I met probably our tour guides, who are particular, you know, people, because they've studied this history and they do this for a living. I would say, like, the first Poles that I really started to have a relationship are the folks at the City of Jewish Museum, editor Gavron, I met Chris Schwartz at the time, not exactly Polish, but Polish in spirit. And then I met you folks, like I met a bunch of people my own age who were not Jewish, who knew more about being Jewish than maybe I did, because all of you guys had studied several degrees about Judaism and Jewish history at the Jagiellonian, and we were working in the Jewish in the Jewish community in Krakow, and I was met with nothing but curiosity and passion and interest in the Jewish community that once was in Poland. There were a few instances where I met kind of people outside of those circles who maybe were a bit confused by my story or were intrigued to hear that I was Jewish, you know, if they're not working in the Jewish community in Krakow. I actually remember a friend of ours, actually, cool, but I went to spend the weekend with a friend of ours and her family near Włoszczowa. And she explained that I was from Australia, but my family's Polish, to her parents. And her father said, oh, well, if your family's Polish, maybe there are still family members here, and actually like went to the phone book to try and find if there were any Rosenbergs left in Włoszczowa. And I was like, oh, I don't think he really understands the situation. But I wasn't met with any anti-Semitism or anything bad. It was either curiosity, passion, intrigue, excitement, those kinds of things.
So where does those figurines that we all know of and we all see, not only in Krakow but many other places, where does those figurines fit into this kind of picture? Because of course that's something that you've mentioned. You've been coming, you came with family, you came to the Galicia Jewish Museum, you've been kind of spending lots of time with people like us, so interested in Jewishness. So we are not in any way representative of the much more kind of general population. But you've been also spending time outside of this bubble, I mean, traveling through the streets and seeing Kazimierz. So where do you think, I mean, first of all, what's going on in terms of the Polish-Jewish relations these days? And what we're lucky with you and your family.
Well, like you said, I mean, I haven't been in Poland for like the longest time in my relationship with Poland, and which is really sad. Like, I really feel like I miss it. I think one of the things with COVID has been obviously the inability to travel, and I'm really missing Krakow. But I think that early on in my visits, one of the things that that struck me most was not just the Jewish figurines. I have to say I very rarely saw them, But what I do put in the same category as the figurines is like the Jewish kind of Disneyland concepts that exist in Krakow and in other places across Poland that really kind of stereotype what it means to be Jewish. I'm thinking, you know, around Kazimierz and all of like the Jewish style restaurants with, I don't know, pork on the menu, or kosher style restaurants that always like struck like a strange, part of me was like, oh wow, I'm in Poland and like it's cool to be Jewish. It's so cool to be Jewish. There's a restaurant theme around it, but also like, oh, this isn't like, this is just missing the mark. This is like not quite representing what I understand to be Jewish, like an unease around it. But like, I do have to admit, like along with the unease, there was like a little bit of like sentimentality around it. And then it's just like, oh no, missing the mark. I think it's the same category as the figurines. Like even when you look at them at first, I was like, oh, that's like really lovely. Like it's a way of kind of the Poles remembering, you know, my tradition. And only later when you start looking at it and start understanding it, start asking questions about it. Why is he holding a coin? Like what is that supposed to mean? That you start to understand like maybe coming from a good place, but maybe not, like missing the mark, just like it's not quite right. But it's interesting, you know, like when you start to think about figurines and different pieces of history, and you might look around our own houses about like when we travel and the kinds of objects that we collect. You might think about somebody who might go to Africa and collect like an African mask and put that up on their wall to like, I don't know what they're trying to show, like, look how international I am. You know, I've been to Africa and here's like a mask. Or if you collect like a kimono, if you've been to Japan, and you might want to display that in your house. Like what is anyone trying to say when they collect an object from somebody else's culture and use it as their own, or like display it for others to see? There's all these, you know, messages around. I don't have an answer to the question, but it makes me think generally about what we collect and what objects mean. And as I say that, I mean, I'm sitting in my dad's house, in my parents' house at the moment. You can't see, but our walls are filled with old Polish posters, right? Like talk about object collection. As part of our Polish identity, we started collecting beautiful old posters from Poland that we display in the house that we feel very proud about. I wonder what we're trying to say about that.
We can make some project placement, you know, within the program. So let's add that.
Oh, you want to see some? Well,
yeah,
there's a really full-on one right next to me. This one's probably the most full-on one, which is marking Dni how do you say it? Oświęcimia?
Dni Oświęcimia, yes.
So this poster's, I don't know what year it's from, but it's by a very famous Polish designer called Fringe. That's probably the most full-on one, which is sitting here in my dad's office. But we have some other really fun ones. I can just product place behind me, which I think is for a boxing match. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is one of Dad's favorite, which is some sort of instructional poster for weightlifting. But you get the point. So these are the kind of objects. I'll ask you a question, Kuba. Is that offensive to you as a Pole that we collect Polish posters and display them in our home?
No, not at all. I think, you know, this sparks lots of good, positive emotions. I mean, I feel proud that there is this bridge that connects, you guys in Australia and us here in Poland. I think that there is a pride that our culture was able to produce something that you find interesting enough to be, to present it in your home, so in the place that is very special for everybody. On the other hand, there is this difference that, of course, those figurines, in a sense, I mean, that's one of the questions that we are looking for the answer to, is where they are coming from. What is the intention? Whether the intention is just to make money, whether the intention is to mock, whether the intention is yet different, perhaps closer to what I said at the beginning. So this is kind of making some idea more familiar. I mean, just to build some image that you can introduce to your place, which will be representative of something that you've lost. I think that, the posters are on your walls are perhaps a representation of the world that was lost, in a sense, the Polishness that is gone. I mean, you're having a normal, happy life in Australia, but there is something that is not any longer part of your story in that respect that it was before the Holocaust, before the war. And you can come and you've been spending time and so on, things are possible, but the life is now, home is in Australia. I think that perhaps this is, in a way, at least at the beginning, perhaps those figurines were something similar, of kind of building a bridge to the place and the time that is gone. And for us, I mean, for Catholic Poles, this was the only way that we could represent the Jews, because this was the only way we perceived them. Precisely as a figurines with I mean, as a figures in different coats, in black coats with birds and so on, because we could recognize only the Orthodox, the Hasidim. We couldn't recognize the assimilated Rosenberg family of Łódź that would probably be dressing very different from the Hasidim perhaps of Włoszczowa or Rymanów or any other places. So perhaps this is the only way we can identify those people. And of course, in time, this was kind of grew up and added all those very stereotypical features. The coin is only one of those symbols that this figurine is holding. Often this is a Torah or an instrument. So this is kind of interesting to understand where we are from.
I surely, they can't let me talk without feeding me Shabbat dinner here. But as you were talking, Kuba, I came up with this idea, right? And Mum, you can say hello.
Hi, Kuba. Hey. Shabbat shalom, everyone from Melbourne.
Kuba, I have an idea. They're recording and lots of people watching. So I think if people are buying these like Jewish figurines to remember the Jews, but it's like stuck in this like stereotype, how about we like commission a new line of figurines that represent like all sorts of different Jews and what they look like today. So you could have like the Kate, like Jewish figurine with blonde hair and like looking very Polish and like gay. Female, or the gay Jewish person, or all sorts of different.
What a great idea!
Like more women. It doesn't have to be the old Orthodox man. Like, and then maybe it would be even more. It'd be cool. I'd be all for that.
Yeah. One of the next speakers will actually be from the City of Krakow, representative of the mayor for culture. So perhaps we can, smile at him and look for some, grants for that as a interesting.
I would love to work with the City of Krakow to make a new line of Jewish figurines representing the wide diversity of what it looks like to be Jewish today. Bring it on.
Sounds good. Sounds like a great idea. Kate, thanks so much for spending time. Again, I know it's Shabbat evening in Australia, so we don't want to take more time of you. Say hello to everybody. Shabbat from Poland. And
thanks for inviting me to join. It really, I mean, I think a lot about you guys out there. I'm watching carefully what's happening in the news. In fact, I'm planning to, if I can get a bit political for a second, there's going to be a women's rights protest here in Melbourne next week for the Polish community, which I'm planning to attend. Hello. And Stay safe out there. Cheers. Oh, it looks like it must be very cold. It's very warm out here. But thank you so much for inviting me, and I look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Thank you, Kate. And again, I mean, you know, Poland is a complicated place also in terms of politics, as you know, and especially these days. So we need support and we need help, and also we need now to know that we're not left alone. So we appreciate all the things that we've seen from different places around the world, all the sign of support in terms of what's going on. And I don't think it's a kind of political thing. It's just matter of
it's not. I shouldn't apologize. It's a human right, and I feel for men and women in Poland right now who don't have the rights to their own bodies, and we're thinking of you, and you're not alone, and I'll, you know, stay safe out there. Hi, boys.
Hey, guys.
Kasha.
All right. So,
bye. Shabbat shalom.
Bye, Kate. Shabbat shalom. Say hello to everybody. We miss you guys.
Bye. You too.
All right. Sorry for being a bit of family person for a sec. But so from Melbourne, not Sydney, from Melbourne, we go to Warsaw. Is it right now? Adam?
No, it's Krakow.
It's Krakow. I know that you were to take part in the conference, but
but it's taking place online. Yes.
All right. So let me introduce you my third guest today. Again, a colleague and a friend, Adam Musiał, who is an educator, a teacher. I think if you're a teacher once, you stay a teacher for your entire life. One of the best educators and guides. He specialized in Polish Jewish history and Polish Jewish relations. He has been traveling throughout Poland and guiding throughout Krakow, but doing much more beyond that. He would also be responsible for commemoration projects, taking part in workshops, Adam collaborates with a number of institutions both in Poland and outside of Poland, and is recognized by his devotion and sensitivity and experience and knowledge. And last but not least, Adam is also an exceptional translator, and I'm still very impressed by his latest work and excellent translation of an excellent book by Omer Bartow on the life and death of a town called Buchacz. So if you haven't had a chance to read the Polish translation, or if you're amazed with the Polish translation, so this is the person that made it so good in Polish. So Adam is not from Krakow.
Originally, I'm from Krakow now, but not originally. Yes.
Yeah, we can talk about how many when you have a right to call yourself that you're from Krakow.
Krakowian has spoken. That's
yes, but let's not get there. Not to be very depressing at the very beginning of our tour, of our meeting. Adam is from originally from Silesia. Let's again go straight to the chase. I mean, Silesia is a very particular part of Poland, with many, unlike Krakow, where there were no major shifts in the population except of the Holocaust and the destruction of the Jewish community of Krakow. Silesia is a different story. There were different waves of people coming from different parts of the world. Tell us a bit about your family story. How did you ended up in Silesia? Because perhaps just like in the United States, there's very little people that are actually from Silesia, with roots there.
So hi again officially, thank you for having me. As for my family history, I'm what you might call humorously, I'm a bit of a mixed breed regionally. So my mother's Silesian by origin, so she's a descendant of German citizens. My father is a kind of a naturalized Silesian, originally from Krakow. He came there right after the war as a baby with his parents, with my Krakow grandparents. My grandfather was simply sent by the Polish authorities to the so-called recovered territories as a kind of professional technician to work in steelworks there. And so growing up, my parents met Silesian and non-Silesian originally. So the turbulent micro-history of post-Silesia actually runs through my family very much. So that's my story originally.
So having coming from this mixed places, was there this the other? What was the other that were there any other that would be part of the story? I mean, it's more easier for us living in Krakow because the Jews would be the others, the only others we would know most of all, and that was also true in many other places in central Poland. But how this looked in Silesia before the war and in your family stories and when you were born, whether there were some kind of stereotypical other, who would that have been, and how this idea would be described?
Mm-hmm. So just for a start, to everyone who's listening, just so that you know for sure, I'm not Jewish. You may have worked out by now. So the presence of Jews actually was non-existent to a large extent in my upbringing when I was growing up. As for Silesia, I know there was a very small Jewish community in Opole before the war. That was completely assimilated into German culture, and that was, of course, mostly murdered during the Second World War, and then the survivors never came back. So there was no indigenous Jewish community in Opole, and the only stories of Jews that I had was well, the little bits that you got through your education. What you got in stereotypical comments every now and then, and to some extent through my Krakow grandmother. When I was growing up, my grandparents had already returned to Krakow, so whenever they came to visit, or I came to visit, so the theme of Jews would very rarely, but sometimes appear. Usually not in a very, I'm disclosing some family secrets, not usually in a very positive way. Right? So this was the only connection that I had to Jewishness, But in a way, I don't know if I'm sort of answering a question you might want to ask, but there's a number of reasons why I delved into the Jewish past and culture and the Holocaust as well, and but I would say that the most important one to me is it was a continuation of me trying to get to terms with my Polishness, or what being Polish means to be, because as a consequence of the Second World War, Poland became a largely monolithic country ethnically, largely, not completely, but largely. And yet here I am with a kind of mixed regional history, with my maternal grandparents being not only Silesian, but also Silesian with kind of German leanings to the identity. Silesian and German, not Silesian and Polish ethnically, but of course Polish in a civic way. So half of my family didn't fit the official communist propaganda that was very nationalist or ethno-nationalist in its undertones. So first I had to come to terms with what it means to be Polish in my way, in a non-official way. And it's okay to be Polish this way. And when I was growing up, being 17, 18, I actually came to understand that it's okay that no one has the right to tell me to define my Polishness. You can be Polish in a number of ways. And jumping forward, one of the reasons, one of the things that I want to do in my kind of say Jewish education is to bring the Jewish narrative back into the Polish mainstream, to stop the exclusion. But so after a while, when I was already a young adult in my universities, late high school, early university years, I sort of started to explore other ethnicities, other minorities. I would read and about the Lemko minority, for example. I would go to the yearly gatherings, to the Vatra, twice or 3 times. I would wander around the Beskidniski and Bieszczady, and I would explore other parts of Poland. I would read, I would delve into ethnic music, and then when I came to study in Krakow, I mean, of course, the specific character of Kazimierz struck me immediately, and the absence present there, however absurd it sounds to me to say, but I didn't delve into it immediately, I must say. It took me a while, but it was in a way a natural continuation of trying to find out who these people were, why this place is so different now, and what is their story. And now, once I had got to know a bit, I understood that it's yet another group that's been for so long, and definitely in coastal Poland, marginalized, excluded from the mainstream, from collective memory in a way, and perhaps something should be done about it. Of course, the issues of me also having to come to terms with the official propaganda of Polish-Jewish relations, of how we, being sarcastic now, how we all helped our Jewish neighbors during the Second World War. There's us Christian Poles, post-Christian or whatever, and had to gradually face the truth once of course already in a democratic Poland, post-communist Poland, once new historical finding came to the surface, and had to cope with that as well. So that's also part of the process. Mm-hmm. But I would say this original symbolic identity issue was the most important for me.
And you mentioned something that is of course very true. I mean, the exclusion of the Jews from the official narration after the war, and kind of collective memory, with some exceptions, and we're going to be perhaps talking about this in a second. But I'm kind of, the pre-war Poland was a multicultural country, and the Jews were not the largest minority. 15% of this pre-war nation or country of Poland, 15% would be the Ukrainians. But yet we don't see today the figurines of the Ukrainians. We don't see this this nostalgia for Ukrainian, Polish or Greek Orthodox, Polish Christian relation. We don't talk about this imaginated spaces where Ukrainians and Poles would live next to each other and, you know, visit themselves first in December for the holidays, and then in January for the same holidays, just different time in the calendar. And of course, this was, you know, the history was difficult and painful, and the Ukrainians were just like in many ways the Jews, especially in the other second half of this interwar period, would also be recognized as by the state official policy as a second-class citizens. In theory, they would have all the legal rights of a citizen of Poland, but in reality, there was a persecution and violence, just like in many ways it happened toward the Jewish community. But again, we don't see those figurines. We don't see this nostalgic image. Polish-Jewish relations was also not easy, as we all know. Same with the Germans. I mean, you know, in Silesia, and in the western parts of Poland, there would be a visible German population. After the war, it was the same cloak of silence. I mean, this would not be discussed. What's even more interesting is that, as we all know, Poland Polish borders shift after the war, and suddenly we find out owning places, cities like Wrocław, that just before 1939 would be called Breslau, and we've been colonizing those places and those stories, and only today we see this this kind of recognition of this past. I mean, it took us 50 years to start recognizing this past, this German past, and not being afraid of this past. So why do you think why there's those different kind of different cases for each of those different Polish, the other relation, I mean, Polish-German relation, Polish, we're not mocking the Germans. We're not, in the same way, we're not creating figurines of a German, even though for many Poles, the German cars, the German chemistry, the German state is still a symbol of the success and, you know, great economy and wealth. Why is it that the Jews are different, and why it is that there's no kind of the same pattern is not repeated in all those discussions or imaginations?
If I may, let me begin by referring briefly to say some German stereotypes and Ukrainian stereotypes before we go back to this Jewish stereotype or stereotypes actually. So despite all the positive changes that you've mentioned, I think that there are still some kind of maybe not material figurines, but there are certain anti-German and anti-Ukrainian stereotypes that have not actually been kind of funneled into ugly figurines. But despite all the positive changes, despite the embracing of, say, the German past of Wrocław, Breslau, or other post-German cities, which is positive, there's still this, in certain sections of our society, this kind of mental figurine of the German as bossy, oppressive, aggressive, dangerous. We never look in a patronizing, condescending way to the Germans because they are a symbol of power, unlike the Ukrainians that in a way were an ethnicity that was colonized in a way. And so there is this mental non-material figurine of the Ukrainian as a little brother, and this is a mild description. They should listen to the big brother, and this coexistence was actually living side by side, where the little brother was told to listen to the big brother, and if he wouldn't, then he would be made to listen to, which was very oppressive. And even if you read the book, you mentioned the book about Bucharest, and it's, you know, us visiting them and them visiting us for holidays, etc., etc. But the official narrative in Bucharest, where the Polish minority was only 25% or so, the dominant being Jewish and the rest being Ukrainian, the official narrative and the way official life was organized was ethnically Polish only. So this feeling of looking down upon the Ukrainians and looking up to the Germans in a way. Is still the way I see it is still present and runs deep in Polish society. Of course, I don't mean everybody, but it's still there and can be retrieved whenever you wanted. As for the Jewish stereotypes, I think, you know, it's, well, we could have a whole seminar on it, but. Let me just signal a few factors. Anti-Semitism still, which is mostly regressive. Professor Bilewicz, that you may know actually, and his studies on hate speech, disclosed that among those different ethnicities living in Poland with Poles, the Jewish ethnicity or the Jewish minority is usually the hate speech directed at this Jewish minority is usually regressive, looking back. It's to do with history, and so this is to do with pre-war anti-Semitism and the anti-Semitism during the Second World War and post-war. There was the fact that the Jewish narrative was completely eradicated until 1968 from the official Polish narrative. It's anti-Semitic. Collective memory, remembering is also done through forgetting. So if you officially forget, it's also a way of eliminating. And then after 1968, it was instrumentalized. Official propaganda was remembered the war, how heroically helpful we were, we ethnic Poles towards Jewish Poles. But the anti-Semitic propaganda actually increased. So there's this anti-Semitism, which again surfaces every now and then whenever a new publication by the Center for Holocaust Research from Warsaw appears. there's new historical findings, then it surfaces again. And as an educator, as a teacher, I think the fact that Poland, following the Second World War, became such a large and monolithic country, has very limited exposure to otherness in the broad sense, so to being Polish in a number of different ways, to having different religious backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds, different regional backgrounds. This is gone. So if you're not exposed to something, it's easy to stick to certain stereotypical images, whether they are material like the figurines or immaterial, simply certain ideas. So just to cut the long story short, this is how I would answer your question briefly. I'm overgeneralizing now, but and this figurine actually, it's the positive developments that you talked about and Kate spoke about, and despite all that, you can also see that a certain in Krakow, for example, in Chidusz, certain virtual Disneyland has been or is being created. So despite all these positive developments and studying and exploring and trying to perceive the diversity of Jewish identity, there is a certain product done by non-Jews for non-Jews, and Jewish restaurants. It might, on one hand, in a loose sense, follow certain Jewish recipes. When you enter the interior, then you see that they're full of stereotypical Jewish images, right? Identifying Jewishness in a very stereotypical, unreal way. So you have those bands playing Jewish music, which is only klezmer music, as if klezmer was, it kind of exploited all the richness of Jewish music. Just briefly, the whole world of Polish popular music before the war was mostly done by Jewish Polish artists, musicians and text writers and composers and instrumentalists, etc., etc. My non-Jewish Krakow grandmother would have had nothing to sing if we were to cut out all those Jewish Polish songs, because those Jewish Polish songs were what everybody sang, right? So and now you have, when you walk through along Szeroka, you see those klezmer bands that are even the very rendition of this music, the way they interpret it, it's problematic to me. Not to mention the fact that all this diversity and richness of Jewish culture is just it's just narrowed down to this stereotype of what a Jew looks like and what Jewish music looks like, what a Jewish restaurant looks like, what it's like to be Jewish. It's like a theme park. As an educator, I can also add that some guides add to it. You've been working with guides, educating them about the complexity of the Jewish past and Jewish identity. But you surely know yourself that there are some guides who, like restaurant owners, like other kind of agents in the theme park, I would say, that are interested in exoticizing Jewishness. An example of which is this Jewish figurine, this kind of talisman, this kind of charm.
And just going back for a second to the thing that you've mentioned and I have mentioned, the Buchacz and those Polish-Ukrainian relations. This is really fascinating. That if we look at the history of Poland, one of the heydays of Poland's history is the time when we are expanding the borders and reaching almost the shores of the Black Sea. And this story is still being in our narration, our state educational sponsored narration is being presented very one-sided. I mean, there is no whatsoever of discussion of what those changes, what this power, the kingdom meant for the people that were there. Where does this Ukrainian kind of history comes from in terms of Polish-Ukrainian relations. And that's fascinating because for a couple of 100 years we've been living with Ukrainians. We've been waging wars against Khmelnytsky and the Cossacks. Today, Poland is facing a huge, or before COVID, but I think it's still a case. A huge wave of Ukrainian immigrants living and working and creating roots here. And yet, this is still not being discussed. This is still the Polish-Ukrainian relations are still being discussed mostly through our version of the history from historical books like Potop or through the times of the war and the Ukrainians' crimes on the Poles, much less on the Polish crimes on the Ukrainians. We don't discuss the policy of the independent interwar Polish state on the Ukrainians in Buchach and all the other things. And I mean, what is fascinating is that first of all, we don't discuss this, and second of all, even if we acknowledge the fact that that there are those stereotypes and there are those all the things that you've mentioned in terms of our relation or our way we perceive the Germans or the Ukrainians, as you say, that there are stereotypes. We have the image of those groups in our hearts deeply rooted. We don't bring those people into our homes. I mean, we don't bring them symbolically by reproducing, a German photo or a Ukrainian, and we don't put him on the wall of our house for various reasons. So there is this something that is, I think, different in terms of those Polish-Jewish relations. But let's go back to what you said about Kazimierz. I mean, what's going on in terms of the present day Polish-Jewish relations? I mean, there are figurines, and the figurines are going to be discussed throughout this entire 72-hour long program. So that's one thing. But what's going on in terms of this huge interest of the non-Jewish Poles in this Jewish culture? Where does it come from? Is it genuine? Is it just trying to accommodate the interest that comes from outside? People are coming to Krakow to see Jewish quarter, so we need to imagine it. We need to recreate this as soon as possible and as best as we can. What's going on? I think
it can come from different sources. Yourself, as a former student of the Jewish Studies Department, there's a number of people still every year who simply, if you yourself go and decide to study it for a few years, then there must be something that is not mercantile in it. That your interest is not about trying to make a living, right, out of it somehow. And this is positive. And there's a number of reasons, a number of cases that can prove that the interest is honest and sincere. Different cultural events happening all over Poland. Although, on the other hand, of course, there can be cases where it's simply a kind of a market response to the demand, the need. Again, in this, I don't want to be judgmental, because even if this is just kind of an economic response, market response to the needs of the market, that even this can be done stereotypically. Or if you're professional, you will explore the past and the content that you want to pass on to avoid simplifications. So if you want to be a guide, then you will do your best to learn more than is given to you in the official training. And for example, attend some seminar offered by the Galician Museum, or by the JCC, or whoever is willing to do this. Rather, so in order not to exoticize the Jewish story. Right? I actually came through an official guide training, so I know what it's like. You spend hours and days on different Catholic churches of Krakow, and we spent an hour 15 minutes on the whole story of Jewish Krakow. How much can you learn, really? So if you're doing it not really for ideological purposes, but for some kind of a professional purposes, still it can be done well. It can be done in a, I would say, professional way, where you try to explore and tackle all the complexities of the issue, to avoid exoticization. stereotyping.
So just I'd like to take advantage of your background as a teacher and educator. I know that you're kind of devoted your heart to the Polish-Jewish relations, and the Jewish history is especially important for you, perhaps. But how does this Jewishness is being presented in the curriculum? I know there is a Holocaust, and then that's a kind of separate case. We know that it depends, and if you're lucky, you go to Auschwitz with better teacher and better guide. But in general, there is some kind of Holocaust knowledge that will be conveyed to you during your years as a student. But how about the pre-Holocaust? How does the Jew is being presented in the curriculum, not necessarily only in the history kind of lessons?
It's insufficient, really. It's and it's not only about the Jewish minority; it's also about the other ethnic minorities or religious cultural minorities. So to a large extent, the Polish curriculum is ethnically ethnocentric, ethno-nationalist, I would say. Right? So there's not much presence of Jews in the curriculum. So Jews appear when you study the Bible, then it's those ancient Jews. And then every now and then you might have a moment here and a moment there. In history, it pretty much depends on the teacher. It pretty much depends on how the teacher defines Polishness, whether it's inclusive or exclusive, whether it's his or her Polishness is ethnocentric, ethno-nationalist or not. Then literature offers you a few more examples. So Jews will appear in the 19th century literature, in romantic literature, you have Jankiewicz and Tadeusz, and then in Eliza Orzeszkowa, and some of her short stories, positive. She was very much pro-Jewish, but Lalka not so much, by Prus. And then you will have to mention Jewish writers in the interwar period, Jewish Polish writers who wrote Polish poetry. There's no interwar Polish poetry without Jewish Polish writers. Tuwim, Leśmian, Hemar, etc. But really, you don't study it comprehensively. Because that's, again, I would have to give you a lecture on how history is done, and it's mostly through political and military history. There's not much time devoted to social history. So there's also little time devoted to the story of the peasants, of different social classes, and the Jews who, until the 19th century, as sort of separate cults. So not much time is devoted to the Jews. But suddenly they pop up with the Holocaust. So you don't know much about the identity of those people. They're a rich, diverse identity. And if you do, then you know some kind of stereotypical bits of Orthodox Jews. And that's it, right? So honestly, there's not much. And if it's up to individual teachers, who, thanks to additional external training done in whatever institutions, but definitely outside the official education system, if they have the competence that they can bring it into the curriculum, the syllabus of their subjects, kind of despite the system, not thanks to the system. So this is a problem, and if you're not exposed to the diversity of Jewish identity, then it's easy to fall for certain stereotypes and figurines. Again, it's a somewhat oversimplified answer, but we don't have time for more.
All right. Adam, thank you so much for finding time.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure, and I know that you're starting your conference today in Warsaw, so you're riding on different horses and many horses. But again, I appreciate you finding time for us. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I look forward to seeing you around soon.
Thank you. Hi, Anna Maria, by the way.
Yes, and we have our another guest. I made my program easy for myself, because I invited good friends and colleagues. So that would not be, the program would not be completed if not Anna Maria, who again is a colleague, is a friend. Anna Maria's identity perhaps is also not the least complicated. On the other hand, yes, Anna Maria's identity might also be described as a bit complicated. story, because she was born in the United States. She made Aliyah to Poland. Not recently, though. So she went through all the hardships of the 90s, and is going through all the hardships of 2018, 2020. Anna Maria is not only a friend, but she's also a social anthropologist at the Institute of Sociology at the Jagiellonian University here in Krakow. She's running programs for international students, and we're very happy that some of those lectures are also happening at the Jewish Museum. And Anna Maria's general fields of research is genocide and is social consequences, as well as minority relations, which is one of the reasons why I thought that her voice would be extremely important in these discussions. And let me just finish that on one other thing that is often overlooked. I mean, when we talk about Polish-Jewish relations and we talk about the books that had sparked some of those most important discussions, we need to remember about the book that Anna Maria was the co-author. Poles and the Jews, Troubled Past, Brighter Future, produced in 2007 in collaboration with Professor Robert Cherry. In Polish, this title was very straightforward. I mean, Polacy i Żydzi, kwestia otwarta. So this is also a book that is fundamental for describing those current relations, but also the way how Polish-Jewish relations are being perceived from outside, by the outsiders. So let's talk about this for a second. But let's start from beginning. Anna Maria, tell us where are you coming from? I mean, what makes you come to Poland? What's your family story?
So, first of all, a thank you to the people who put together this marathon, focusing not only on the lucky Jew, but on all of these issues that bring us a little bit of discomfort, unease, makes us question, right? Which is good. Yes, and like Kate said earlier, if not for World War II, I would have been born in Poland. Although probably not to my parents, because my mother was raised in Wołyń, which is today's Western Ukraine. My father was raised in Wielkopolska. So that meant during the war, my father ended up in the German occupation and my mother ended up in the Soviet occupation. They, after long stories during the war, they met and married in England. My father had finished his architectural studies there, decided that he wanted to do architecture in the brave new world, and so he applied for an American visa. And so instead of being born in Poland, my brothers and sisters, all of us were born in the United States. And but because of my huge surname, because my parents were so proud of being Polish, that at a time when assimilation was so big in the United States, my parents insisted that all of us would learn to spell this long last name and spell it all of our lives for Americans, and also to have us speak Polish at home, to be proud of being Polish. But this was a Polishness, of course, in the United States. It was a different Polishness than here. So it was always the minority history. It was not the literature that I read. It was not in the history books. World War II had relatively just happened, and so it really wasn't in our books so much yet. It wasn't discussed. And so I became curious. because very often we are curious about what we are not told. And so I started to become involved when I finished my BA and my MA, and I was living in the San Francisco Bay Area. I got very involved in the Polish community there. It happened to be just before Solidarity in 1980, and I was here. There was a festival, a dance festival in Poland, in Rzeszów, and our group qualified. So I stayed because I thought it was the one time that I would be in Poland, and the one time I would meet everybody. I would do what in the United States is considered very typical, to do the roots trip, right? Sort of like birthright to Israel if you never make Aliyah, but you go the one time, right? So I happened to be in Gdańsk in the first week of the Solidarity strikes. Just by accident. And then I saw that happening all over the country. I saw it spreading because I was traveling to visit all of my family. And I left in September, so after the signing of the agreements in Gdańsk. And that made me even more interested. And so I started to vacation in communist Poland. I came again the next time in the summer of 1983, so the tail end of martial law. And I literally was flying out on the 22nd of July, and so the day that martial law was suspended. So everything happens because of me. I came again in 1984, and I was in Warsaw just before my flight left. It was Sunday. My friends with whom I was staying told my mother and me, let's go to Mass in Żoliborz. There's this amazing priest that does, on the last Sunday of the month, he does a Mass for the fatherland. It was Jerzy Popiełuszko, and it was the last Mass for the fatherland that he said. But so even though communist Poland could be extremely frightening, it only intrigued me more. And in 1985, I came here, I thought for 2 years. But I was already interested in Polish Jewish things. And so while I was here for the 2 years, that's when things started to bubble up. Janusz Makuch and Krzysztof Gierat, they were doing the Mikro cinema. And at the Mikro for 3 nights in a row was Landsman's Shoah. I don't know how. I mean, it wasn't a Facebook event. I don't know how we found out. There were no posters for this. I don't know how we found out, but a few of us bought tickets for the 3 nights in a row to watch this film. I remember that it was standing room only. People were sitting on the stairs, sitting in the windowsills. The cinema holds about 120 people. There were lectures by professors who were Polish Jewish, who were starting to visit, even though it was still communism. So I went to attend those lectures, and yeah, one thing led to another. I kept having only more questions, and I'm still asking, and so I'm still here.
So going back for a second to the pre-Polish times of Anna Maria, I'm kind of wondering whether coming from the Polish family or family of Polish immigrants to the United States that cherish this Polishness, as I understand, quite a lot, was those stories about the old country included others? I mean, the others. Was there room in those stories about the pre-war Poland, the old Poland, your family's Poland, that would include the Jews, Ukrainians, or any other kind of group that was there physically in the old times? But were they included into this narration that your family would pass to you about the old country, about home?
So my father, because he fought against the Germans, he did harbor a very strong anti-Germanism. I remember one time, so I'm the oldest of 6 children, there's 6 kids and my parents, and we were lost in a neighborhood in Chicago. And my father realizes, I mean, it's really obvious. We look at all of the signs, it's a German neighborhood. And my father refused to get out of the car to ask for directions. He sent my mother. So there was this anti-Germanness, which is extremely ironic because my father was the first of his siblings. He was the 7th child in a family of 11 children. He was the first one that was born in Poland. All of the others were born not just in the Prussian Empire, they were born in Gelsenkirchen. My grandfather had moved from where he was born to work in the heart of Germany, right? So it is really ironic, but my father and mother were even though my parents were not Holocaust survivors, they were war survivors. And like the Shoah survivors, they didn't talk. So there was very little reference to their lives before the war. For my father, a little bit more talk about before the war, because he was 19 when the war began. My mother was 12 when the war began. So this age difference also meant that for my mother, the formative experience was the war. But yeah, they didn't talk. My teachers in the United States, now from the perspective of time, I always wonder why my teachers did not ask for us to invite our parents to talk about their war experiences, because I'm sure that some of my other classmates had fathers who were soldiers, who had fought in the war, or at least a grandfather who fought in the war, that there would have been other immigrant stories, etc. But it was don't ask, don't tell. And my parents never of their own free will spoke of these things. So this is one part of why I didn't hear about the others living in Poland because of this. I know, because my mother came from a rather well-to-do family, that they had a Ukrainian woman who was working, and but I found out that she was Ukrainian, that this woman who was taking sort of cooking in the kitchen and things, because my mother told me this woman's name. I won't remember it right now, but I remember thinking that I asked my mother, what kind of a name is that? Because it didn't sound like a Polish name. It sounded a little different. And so my mother said, well, she was Ukrainian. But my mother was mostly, she was the youngest in the family, and the stories were about her and the Ukrainian woman who worked in their house, preparing food in the kitchen and things like that. So it wasn't the Ukrainians. It was this one concrete person, and this is something that I owe a debt to my parents, because neither my father nor my mother, except for this anti-Germanness of my father, neither one of them ever referred to groups of people. We were living in Chicago, so there were lots of. But but people were individuals. They weren't groups. I don't know where my parents got this from. As you know now, they came from two completely different regions of pre-war Poland. But this was something that they handed down to us. That the people that came to our house were from lots of different cultures, and there was an Egyptian friend of my father's from architectural school in England who stayed with us. There was a Serbian-Croatian family. He was Serbian, she was Croatian, from Yugoslavia at the time, but they came to visit. I only knew them as Dragan and Sonia, as Aunt Sonia and Uncle Dragan. Yeah, I think I found out what their ethnicity was because I asked my mother, where does that name come from? Right? I didn't know such a name as Dragan, right? And yeah, there was a homosexual couple that was invited. One half of this couple was a man that was working with my father in the office. And there were African Americans, there was a Mexican family, but yes, the ethnic labels that I'm applying, they were not the ones that my parents used. They just had names. So
what do you remember? What your encounter with the Polish Jewishness or the Jewishness of Poland after arrival looked like? I mean, you know, you're coming, things happening, solidarity, martial laws, lots of other things to be focused on. But yet you ended up in the micro cinema watching Landsman Shoah. So quite a long movie. Where does it come from? I mean, what made you look more into those Polish-Jewish relations, whether that was something that started in the late 80s or later? And how this landscape of those Polish-Jewish relations looked like back then?
So, first of all, how did I get into Polish-Jewish things as a Polish Roman Catholic? Because I am a Polish Roman Catholic. I was involved in the Polish community in the San Francisco Bay Area, and this is the late 70s. And that is the moment when the word Holocaust starts to come into everyday discourse. John Smith in America starts to know the word, starts to use the word. Before then, it was just something historians did for other historians. And with the rise of Holocaust discourse, because I read the Diary of Anne Frank in my freshman year of high school. I remember it made a huge impression on me. I also, because I was interested in theater, I was working on the play when we presented it on our stage in the school. But nobody ever talked, none of my teachers ever talked about her being Jewish. They never talked about the fact that she was, that the family were, this was a family of refugees from Germany to the Netherlands, and that we were reading something that was translated from Dutch. It was in our English literature class after we had read Romeo and Juliet. No explanation. And I always joke that if you asked me, because there are elements of Hanukkah, that's the real Jewish thing that I remember from reading the Diary of Anne Frank at the age of 14. And if you had asked me, what is this Hanukkah, I probably would have said that, well, that if you're in hiding and you have it really bad, then Christmas lasts longer or something like that. You get more days of presents or something. I would have invented some explanation because I had no idea what that was. And so I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area Polish community, and it's a very small community, not like in Chicago. It's very dispersed. People live in different parts of the city, different suburbs of the city, all around the Bay. And so in the group, in the dance group, there were also people who were of Polish Jewish descent. And so just like Kate's mixed background, they wanted to also connect to their Polishness in a sense, right? And so my American friends of Polish Jewish descent who were in the dance group, when I asked them, because I started to hear a stereotype, yeah, and nobody likes to be flattened to a stereotype, that Polish plus Roman Catholic equals anti-Semite. So I asked my Jewish friends, what is this? Where does this come from? And so they started to tell me what is an American Jewish memory of living as a Jew on Polish lands under different partitions, different occupations, sometimes free, sometimes not, but on Polish lands. And this shocked me because, yeah, you heard what my parents were like. So this flew in the face of everything that I thought, because I, of course, thought that all Polish people are like my parents. So when I came here in 1985, I thought, okay, for 2 years, this will be my hobby. I'll do this program to sort of I thought it was also my last chance to really get my Polish language, my familiarity with the culture, the literature, the history, etc., that I would do this 2-year program and then go back. But in 1985, 86, and again, I tried to place myself back then here and try to figure out how I found out, because there was no internet. Hardly anybody had telephones. I'm not talking smartphones. People didn't have phones. And I think I was just so curious that, sometimes somebody would say something in the dormitory, or I would see, in one of the university buildings, some kind of crude poster or information about something, or word of mouth. Somebody in my department would say, oh, did you hear there's going to be this lecture or this film, or there's an art exhibit, something in the museum. I remember going to the Stara Synagoga in 1985, 86. So, and by the way, and this is something that I wrote about in one article, my friend and I, who decided that we would go to the museum, we pulled out a map of Krakow to try to figure out how to get there. Now, you have to know that our classes were in the main market square. And it's easy to walk to the Stara Synagoga from the main market square. But in our imagination, this was so very far away, a completely different world, that we pulled out a map and figured out what tram we needed to take, etc. And then we were really shocked when it was just the second stop after the Poczta Główna, after the post office. And we look up Stara Wiśnia, and you can see the Mariacki church roof. And we're in shock. How did we think that this was like the end of the world, that Kazimierz was so very, very far away. That's what it looked like to Poles, to Krakowians, I think, at the time. So, but yeah, because it was, I wanted to confront a stereotype that had been used against Poles, and therefore I felt against me in a sense, that I felt didn't fit me or my parents. So I wanted to find out what the truth was. Now I know as an anthropologist, there's never a truth. There's just lots and lots and lots of different perspectives and understandings, comprehensions of this world, and that we have to be sensitive to them. But so bit by bit, I decided to stay. And among other things, I was one of the students that was involved in the Galicia project, out of which your museum evolved.
Yes, and I think, you know, the thing you said, I mean, about the proximity, the short distance dividing the old square, the Polish city, and the Kazimierz, the Jewish city, is again symbolic for maybe in the wider sense of those relations. I mean, Poles and Jews, or Christians and the Jews, ethnic Poles and the Polish Jews living very close to each other in reality, not so close. I mean, there was those borders, there was those divisions, the gaps. That the time there was not sufficient time because of the war to fill those gaps with the real bonds, with the real relations, and in the wider aspects of those 3 million Jews that lived in Poland and 4 million ethnic Poles living in the pre-war Poland. So, as a social anthropologist, how do you think? I mean, where does this interest comes from of the Poles in the Jewishness that started in the late 90s with Woński's kind of piece.
80s, the end of the 80s, it was 87.
I mean, you know, today, and people have been talking about this already, there is lots of commercialism and kitsch and this entire tourism industry, and that's part of the picture. That's definitely today, that's a part of the answer. But late 80s, early 90s, no tourism, no incomers. There is not, you're not getting into the Jewish culture in 1980, whatever, 8 or 1992 because of money, because of fame. Why? What's going on? I mean, where does it come from?
Well, ironically, and I'm pulling out something to show that is falling apart, but the Znak issue from 1983. So ironically, and you remember that I got into this partly because of the stereotype, Polish plus Roman Catholic equals anti-Semite. And I come here, and in the dormitory, because I was American enough that some Polish people some Polish people might be afraid to just openly under communism say, I'm interested in minority relations and I'm interested in Polish Jewish things. And I remember talking to a group of people in the dormitory, and I was living in Piast, and I mentioned that I was interested, and this one young woman said, "Oh, then you need something," because this is 1985, and this came out in February of 83, and she said, "Then you need something that's on my shelf," and she gave it to me. I didn't realize that there was no way I couldn't have bought this. That, as you know, Znak and Tygodnik Powszechny and these other Catholic publications, that they were on subscription only and limited subscription. So I remember reading Tygodnik Powszechny, getting it from my aunt here in Krakow, as the 8th person. So I was getting it on the day that the new issue was coming out. So this, this comes out, and as you know, Kuba, but other people should learn. The Catholic Intelligentsia Club, Stefan Wilkanowicz and others were putting out this monthly magazine. Stefan Wilkanowicz decided in 1983 to force the government's hand. This is under martial law. And because he was afraid that it was going to be a long time before he could actually get the issue out, it was going to be the 40th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. The uprising, of course, on the Christian calendar started in April. And Stefan Wilkanowicz was a little worried that the issue wasn't going to come out in time. So he did a double issue February, March, in order to be sure that it was out. And that's why it's so fat. And that's why it opens with this iconic photograph. But here is a list of articles on Jewish things, Polish Jewish things, and Judaism that were in previous issues of Znak. And here are the articles that are going to be coming up in future issues of Znak. So ironically, it was from the religious aspect that there was this interest. There were Polish Catholics who were interested in minority issues. And with Adam Musiał, you were talking just a little bit ago about how it was that with all of the others, why is it that Jews became the other? The key thing is, just to use my parents' example, my mother had Ukrainian classmates in grade school. My father had German classmates in grade school. My mother had no German classmates. My father had no Ukrainian classmates. Both of them had Jewish classmates in school. So the fact that this was a minority that was spread throughout the country, then it was universal for good and bad, right? Because it made them much more visible than other minorities. So, but then another thing was, I started to go to the Dominican church here in Krakow and got to know the brothers and the monks there well enough that I felt, well, actually, I sometimes didn't think how dangerous this was. I told them that if there was any illegal literature going around about Polish Jewish things, then I wanted it. And so that's where I bought my illegal literature. After Mass sometime, one of the brothers would say, follow me afterwards, and we would go to a corner of the monastery, and I would buy, because of course you had to buy the books, but as you know, there was no Office Depot store. Where did you get the paper, the ink, the chemicals, access to typewriters, access to a printing press, etc.? I have no idea how this whole process was done, but this was one of the books, and you can see how small it is. This is the print in it. I see my notes in the margin, so I know I once was able to read it. Now I have trouble reading it even with glasses. But this is a reprint of something that came out in the Polish diaspora in London. This is a reprint of Annex, Żydzi jako Polski Problem. And this is the first place that I read Jan Tomasz Gross in 1987. So it was, it might be kind of cool to say that I was looking for a diamond and in some deep dark mine or something like that. But this was literally just bubbling up, surfacing in the 1980s, in the second half of the 1980s especially. I mean, some of this had started already in the 70s. I mean, the Znak issue, obviously, if they could do this in 1983 and they had articles in previous issues, then you see that this happened earlier. But it was really bubbling up when I came here, and then it just didn't make any sense to leave. No,
I understand, and I think that this, your history and your experience in Poland is a great way for us to underline the fact that this interest in the Jewishness and the Polish-Jewish relations is not only the thing of the last couple of years, that this has not started 10 years ago. It has not started with the Schindler's List, although the Schindler's List of 1993, 1994 has for sure made a huge change and speed up the process, and also maybe twisted the process of how this interest is, where this interest goes into the narrow aspects of the Holocaust. But yes, the things that you've said are terribly important. I mean, that the fact that the discussions started well before Spielberg, well before Schindler's List, well before the commercialization of the subject. But what it is that you think that we're looking for in those stories? Why we are telling those stories, both in the historical context of those publications of late 80s and early 1990s, and the organizers are highlighting the fact that Tygodnik Powszechny and the Catholic Intelligentsia Club will be the guests tomorrow of the program. So they will be speaking about this. And in those publications of Tygodnik Powszechny, this was a very honest attempt to discuss this difficult Polish-Jewish past. But where does this come from in you think in all those Jewish culture festivals today happening not only in Krakow, of course, but in Warsaw and many other places? Do they have idea? Can you explain us and our visitors what's the source of this interest? I mean.
And as you just mentioned, the festivals are also in very small villages, small towns. You remember, I'm sure, Ellie Shapiro, that she wrote her PhD at the University of California at the Graduate Theological Union, precisely about the festivals in the smaller towns. So this is something that has spread throughout the country. But above all, it is the missing piece. It's the missing piece. If you Adam Mushal mentioned the literature, that if you don't know the Polish Jewish writers, then you are missing a huge chunk of Polish literature, right? And if you don't know Polish Jewish history, when you realize that they lived all over the country, so Polish Jews affected Polish non-Jews all over, then we're missing a huge chunk of the history. I also, when I meet with Jewish groups from elsewhere, then I tell them that, without Polish history, their history has a missing piece, but also our history is missing a huge piece. And I think we were curious. Also, yes, of course, since the communists so limited things, then we always wanted to know what was in that biała plama, right? What was in that white bleached out stain? For those who are not from Poland, we had a term under communism, the history that was not being told. And all of you have read a book or a magazine, and suddenly there's just a blank page. If that page wasn't there, then you wouldn't question that there was something missing. But since there is a page, but it's blank, you of course try to figure out what was written there, right? What was the reason for the misprint, right? And under communism, we were very aware of the białe plamy. We were aware that there was history that was not being told. And there was this feeling that I need to know that, because obviously if the communists are hiding it from us, then it's the most important. So minority relations, talking about not just the Jews, but the Jews became, because remember, again, for coming from the United States and being raised more with the archetypes of the African Americans in the United States, then I very often compare to that situation that for Europe, the Jews are like the African Americans and the Indians for the Native Americans for the United States culture, for North America. That this is the significant other. And so because this is the significant other, then it is the key. But then notice that once we started to talk about the Jews of Poland, then we started to talk about Silesians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Germans, Lithuanians, Czechs, Slovaks, Hungarians. Suddenly everybody started to surface. When I teach about the Shoah, I often tell my students, on the one hand, it's an elective course. Anybody can choose or not choose to take the course. But I tell them, you're probably wondering, why did I choose this course? But think of it as a key that opens the door to talking about lots of other phenomena, and to talk about minority-majority relations, to talk about persecution, discrimination, negative stereotypes and negative prejudices, and our relations today. Okay?
So I think, in a sense, in what you said, that those discussions started, it is natural that actually those discussions that have been happening in Poland 30 years ago and later, maybe until today, although it's not that true today, were actually discussions between us. I mean, that was Poles discussing the Jewishness with the Poles, other Poles. It was us, the Poles, discussing the Ukrainian kind of Polish relations with us, the Poles. We would not kind of invite, in a wider sense, into those discussions the real actual members of those different minorities or groups that we've been talking about. And yet, instead of having like an honest discussion that in terms of Polish-Jewish relations has happened or is happening, and it throughout 1990s and then until today, all the publications, something that Adam has mentioned, the publications of Warsaw and studies and so on. But in respect of Ukrainians, has not really happened in a real honest sense of nationwide discussions about why certain things happened during the war. What was the Polish-Ukrainian relations before the war, and so on. So we're not kind of, in many ways, this is not a real discussion. This is our imaginated discussion about this imaginated situation, which we describe in a way we fit. I mean, I think that we're kind of creating those figurines. Why do we create those figurines? I mean, whether they are to symbolize this very imaginated idea of Polish-Jewish relations. How does this Jewish figurine, the lucky Jew, fit into those discussions?
Well, first of all, about the Ukrainians, why this hasn't, and why our discussions about the others haven't gone as far. Remember that our discussion about Polish Jews, this was our kind of our key, and that started in the 1970s. And so we have come this far because that has gone on for so long. And also it was more possible because Jews lived all over, and even though Poland became a monoculture, as Adam mentioned before, after World War II, still there were Polish Jews that were living everywhere from Gdańsk to Katowice to Wrocław to Kraków to Bielsko-Biała, all over the country. And so it's easier to have a discussion with a partner if the other side is there physically, that you can reach out to a local or regional Jewish community and members thereof. This is harder for discussions with Ukrainians when most of that land got taken by the USSR after the war. And so, yeah, so then that partly got lost. But I think that we will get there. I think we will get there. It's just going to take longer. Remember, first you have the key that opens the door. It takes a lot longer to explore the room afterwards. As for the lucky Jew, and I was listening for a while last night when Barbara Kirschen-Gimblet was speaking, and she said, that for her as an anthropologist, when something makes you uncomfortable, that's when you want to start studying it. And it's interesting because Kate earlier was talking about an unease, right? A little bit of a discomfort with this, because nobody likes to be flattened to just one image. But I don't think that Polish non-Jews see Jews today only as the lucky Jew. I think that Polish non-Jews everywhere see that Jews were all kinds of people. And Erica mentioned this, and I think maybe it was Kate, that it's always a male Jew. The lucky Jew is always a man. Erica last night also said, I don't belong to that because I'm a female Jew and not a male Jew, right? So there is this, on the one hand, a stereotyping and flattening. On the other hand, I sincerely don't think that Polish people today see that as the one and only representation of who a Jew is. Now, for me, when I first started seeing them, they were kitsch. And I actually got a figure like that once from a British art student who was British Jewish, and I had helped her at the beginning of her stay here. When she was leaving, she gave me a figure of a bobbing Hasidic Jew that was praying. I gave it to a friend who collects kitsch. I just literally couldn't have it in my house. My friend appreciated it, and he is Jewish, so for him it just was something that he collected. And actually, this is another thing. Barbara Kirschenblatt last night, she was saying that she collects these lucky Jews, that it's okay for her to collect them, right? But something that in all of the discussions about the lucky Jew that I heard yesterday and this morning, nobody is talking about what the lucky Jew implies, because the lucky Jew is magic. It is not there as a stereotype of the Jew. It is magic. It is supposed to bring you luck. I spoke to a friend of mine who runs a little souvenir shop, and I asked her about the lucky Jews because she has a few. And, you mentioned the commercialization after Schindler's List, and this was part of it. People started to come, and so figures of Jews started to show up. Fiddler on the Roof was shown on Polish television, I think, in the late 80s, and then that started booming from there as well. But she said, people buy them, and you know that you cannot buy it for yourself. You cannot give good luck to yourself. You have to get it from someone else. So you buy a lucky Jew for someone who has opened a shop, and to bring him or her luck. And I know a place where I buy coffee sometimes where they have a little lucky Jew that is right next to the cash register. So there is this implication. Now, if it is magic, then there's this implication with the lucky Jew, the opposite. I am unlucky. So it is actually kind of a lowering of my abilities, a negative stereotype about me, that I need this. I'm not good at this. And actually, as more than one person has mentioned, the fact that Jews were associated with money is actually an ambivalent stereotype. It is not a solely negative stereotype. So it is something that goes back and forth. And I think this is why we have the Lucky Jewathon, why we have this whole discussion, because on the one hand, it's magic, it's luck, it's something good. It's a good association. When I was doing the interviews for the Galicia project, I remember people would use, and they would use the Yiddish word. They would say, Jews have a kepela for business, that they knew how to do this. And one time I was translating a righteous Gentile, and the family had a karczma, an inn. And he said that they would have not survived if not for advice from the Jewish merchants from whom they bought, and from other Jewish innkeepers, because they were the only Polish Roman Catholic innkeepers, but that they learned from their Jewish innkeeper friends because they were better at this. They knew this. So there is this, in a sense, the lucky Jew is being used. This will sound extreme, but sort of like a hamsa or a cross over the threshold of a door, right? Something that I do to protect me, right, and help me where I am inferior, where I am weaker, right? So as I remember one time I was meeting with a friend of ours, with Elise Lieberman, and I was meeting her at a hotel in Kazimierz. And there will always be this fine line that we will never be able to firmly draw. We social anthropologists know this. There isn't one firm line that you can draw. But I walked into the hotel, and next to the reception, high on the wall, prominent, not just a little lucky Jew next to the cash register, but high on the wall, there was a painting of a Hasidic Jewish man who had a stack of coins next to him, and he was counting them. And so when I met with Elise in the restaurant area, I asked her how she felt about that, and she said, "Yeah, that one crosses the line, definitely." that one she felt, and I felt uncomfortable. For me, as a Polish Roman Catholic, for me that was the negative stereotype, right? Now, of course, all of us, none of us wants to be stereotyped, but this is also something that Barbara Kirschenblatt-Gimblet mentioned last night, that usually when you go to buy the lucky Jew, he is in the company of other figurines. There is the peasant woman with the rolling pin. There is the fat monk, the Roman Catholic monk from some order. There is a drunken peasant with a jug of bimber, of moonshine. So that he isn't alone. He's in the company of other, stereotyped figures. But I think all of us know that not all monks look like the monk that is carved, that not all peasants look like that drunken peasant with the jug, that not all women are standing in the kitchen with a rolling pin. But in order to recognize art, art has always had to stereotype. Art has always used this. And so, yeah, it's hard, it's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah.
I think that it's something that, again, you mentioned, which is the fiddler on the roof, and its effect on how Poles are perceiving or been perceiving the Jewishness and the Jews is often forgotten. One of my earliest memories is actually the excitement of my parents, my mother, and her, our neighbors watching Barbara Streisand. And I mean, the funny thing is that the paradox is that the fiddler on the roof, he was not. I mean, the song that stayed from that one movie is not "I'm terribly rich," not "I have all the money of the world," but it's the songs sung by the poor person that dreams about the money. So this symbol doesn't fit. I mean, his economical situation doesn't fit the stereotype. Yet we've been kind of able to exclude that part. Although if you sang the "If I Were a Rich Man," był bogatym panem, people recognize this song. It's still there. But yet we've excluded that part of the story and reproduce only this very traditional way of clothing, of life, but then added this sack of money that must have come from some other kind of stereotypical way we've perceived the Jews. But I mean, the other thing that I'd like to point out, I think that is what you said is very true, that I don't think we Poles, or most of the Poles, do perceive the Jews through those figurines. I think that there's only a part of that story. Unfortunately, this is also changing because of the changes around us, because of the work of the institutions, because of the museums, because of the Jewish communities coming back, because you can see more and more living Jews walking through the streets because of the tourism. So I think this is changing. Perhaps there is another problem or another kind of thing. This is how outsiders are perceiving us through those figurines. Perhaps those figurines, in a way, they fit us to describe the Jews. Perhaps also those figurines and things that are happening in Kazimierz, the commercialization, all of those are real and not in black and white, not necessarily positive, not only positive, often negative processes. Maybe those also fit into the way how people do perceive us and the Polish-Jewish relations and the outsiders.
Yeah, it's true that somebody coming from the outside and just going into a souvenir shop would think that this is the only way we see women, the way that we see monks, the way that we see peasants, and the way that we see Jews. Because Barbara also last night mentioned that the figurines also show Jewish musicians as well as praying Jews, right? So it isn't just a really flattened stereotype, it is a little bit more rounded. Yes, and then that means that stereotype that made me come to Poland in 1985, that a Polish plus Roman Catholic equals anti-Semite. Obviously, if I see these figures, I don't see the other figures. I only will zone in on the one, and I will say Poles are anti-Semites, and they are still anti-Semites. And that is something that is really difficult to deal with. We can't stand in front of, like I remember one time I was talking about graffiti in Kazimierz and in other places, especially you remember in the 1990s, there was a lot of nationalistic graffiti appearing. And I remember talking to a group of high school students, Polish high school students, and saying, well, what should we do about this? And they said, well, not my building, and I didn't do it, so I don't have to do anything about it. And I said, and besides which, that doesn't reflect what all of us think. I said, yeah, well, do you want to stand next to that piece of graffiti and explain to people all day long what this means and that it's not as bad as it seems? Maybe it would just be better to paint it over.
Wonderful. I mean, Anna Maria, thanks so much for joining us this morning for this program. Again, I think that your experience...
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm really glad to be in this company of Kate and Adam and Gina. Really very, very good team that I've really enjoyed being a part of. I
hope we shall see soon enough next year, not only in Jerusalem, but maybe hopefully in Krakow. Yes. I wish this to all of us, both participants and the watchers of this discussion. Anna Maria, thanks so much. Again, pleasure and honor for me to have you on board. Do widzenia, do zobaczenia. Have a good Friday, good weekend. So now, after speaking with Anna Maria, I would like to invite another guest, yet another former colleague from the Galicia Jewish Museum, an intern, but also the employee, later on member of education department, Gina Deutscher, who is here with us, connecting from Germany. But before ending up in Berlin, Gina was born came to Poland from Nashville, Tennessee, in 2006, if I'm correct, for the first time. 2006, 2008.
2000.
Yeah, so a bit of time ago. She was supposed to stay for a year, so watch out if you're coming to Poland with idea of staying for a year or two. It may end up quite differently. And so this is how it happened with Gina. She stayed for quite a bit longer, until 2013, I think, if my research is correct and my memories. 14. She started as an intern at the Galicia Jewish Museum. She was studying here in Krakow, but then became a member of education department. If I may, I also add that this is where she also met her future husband, and now husband, Galicia Jewish Museum. So beware of who you're meeting at the Galicia Jewish Museum. Then she moved to Berlin, where she got the PhD in the history and opened her, watch out, another product placement will take place. Gina's friendly translating and proofreading company, which we use often, which is excellent and which I truly recommend, not only because of Gina's excellent language skills, but also her sensitivity and knowledge, which is truly rare thing to find among translators. So Gina, thanks so much for joining us in Connecting In.
Thanks so much for having me, Kuba. This is very great, and I'm very flattered by your introduction.
No, it's really amazing for us to follow and the history of development of some of the people that we met on the way. People that, like Gina, came to Poland with idea of staying for a while, but then I think it may not be too much of the overstatement to say that this time in Poland has changed the course of your life. So let's start from the beginning. I mean, what made you, a girl from Nashville, Tennessee, coming to Poland?
Yeah, so I did a BA in Slavic Languages and Literature at Northwestern University in Chicago. And I spent my third year in 2006 on a language program here in Krakow. That's where I met Anna Maria, who is an amazing mentor and good friend. And I knew that I wanted to come back to Poland. I got bit by the Poland bug pretty hard in high school, and I was very interested. And so I wanted to improve my language skills, and I wanted to be more involved in the Jewish community. During my year abroad, I met a lot of the Chulant people who were around. I met Jonathan Orenstein from the JCC, and just got to know an incredible group of people. And so I found the Galicia Museum's internship program, applied, got accepted, bought a one-way plane ticket to Poland because I was planning on immigrating. And I landed in a snowstorm in the middle of January 2009, and that was history. So, and as Kuba said, I sort of came as an intern and didn't leave, and have been working with the museum in one capacity or the other pretty much ever since, which has been just a great experience and something that makes me happy to still be able to do.
Mm-hmm. And as you said, you've been interested in Poland already in high school. I mean, where does this interest in Poland came from? I mean, was Poland an idea or a place that was discussed back at your home?
Not exactly. I've always been interested in sort of when a book is finished, I want to know what comes next. When in history class, when we were doing, we focused mostly on Western Europe. And I said, well, what was going on over there? And my dad had traveled to Poland in 1972. He was part of a puppeteering company called Bread and Puppet. And all he could remember about Poland was that it was gray, but that everyone they met was really nice and the vodka was good. So, and then my mom's side of the family did come from Poland, Lithuania, but they immigrated in the late 1800s. So we'd never had sort of an emotional connection that I thought. And then I came to Poland for the first time in 2002. I was with a Jewish trip called European Jewish Roots. It's through the National Federation of Temple Youth. I think they still do that trip. And that was really the first time I experienced extremely negative attitudes toward Poland, because we were there specifically to visit Kazimierz, to do the stereotypical trip, visit Kazimierz, go to Auschwitz and leave. But I always felt something, and I don't think I was being purely contrary. But I remember getting off the train, because we came from Prague. We got off the train and I thought, I feel like I've come home. And that was what I was feeling was very much in opposition. That's a too strong a word, but it was not the narrative we were being presented at that time. And so I decided I wanted to come back and see what else was. So the next summer I did an exchange program where I spent 2 months living in Poland. I lived with a host family in Torun that I'm still close with. And that was when I decided I wanted to study Polish. I wanted to be a sports journalist before that, but then I decided Poland was a lot more interesting. So, so that was sort of where I got it. And people, when I came home and started talking about this, and over the years, people have sort of looked at me with, I like to call it amused bewilderment. And they're like, okay, people go to France, people, some people may go to Germany or to Italy. You want to go to Poland? And, but as I started learning more and kept sharing my experiences, I got a really positive reception. In particular, my parents have been very supportive, and but my dad has really got into learning more. He was on the Tennessee Holocaust Commission for many years, but he also was a member of the Union for Reform Judaism Eastern European Outreach Committee, which I'm not sure if that's still going on, but he was a member for a long time and was really passionate about bringing people to these areas, seeing the revival of Jewish life for himself, and talking about it with other people. And yeah, and I spoke about living in Poland and Jewish life in Poland at Yom Kippur many years ago at my synagogue, and got really an amazing reception. And people still email me to ask, what do you recommend about Poland? And because we're traveling there. So it's sort of a lifelong love.
And do you remember what was the response of Poland to you? I mean, you know, especially in the second part of your experience at the Galicia Jewish Museum, at the beginning, it was more kind of working with outsiders, but later on, there was an opportunity for you to become a member of education department. One of the things required was to make sure that you speak fluent Polish, and I remember we were all very astonished and impressed by the devotion of you to excel and the learning process. And yes, I mean, you ended up being a member of education department, working also with Poles in Polish. And I remember, I wanted to ask if you remember those interactions. I mean, we know kind of after few of those discussions we had today, kind of the general idea the people from outside have about Poland and Polish-Jewish relations. But how about Poles? Do you remember those early encounters with local tribes of Polish kids? How they would react to you?
Yeah, that I thought I was really scared because Polish is, I don't know if people know this, Polish is a difficult language when you're starting from zero. But I had heard, oh, the kids won't listen to you because you have an accent or something, but I always had very positive experiences with the kids, with the teachers, and even when I went off script and maybe got my words a little bit confused, they were always very, very patient with me and quite interested in what are you doing here? I think yeah, I'm trying to think of specific interactions. It's been a while, but mostly, I mean, it was 100% very positive and very, very kind, and a lot of questions about how did you come here? Did you speak? Is your family Polish? And when I said, you know, only, you know, mam polskie korzenie, you know, I have Polish roots, and they're like, oh, you're Polish. I was like, sort of, yes, I will be adopted, thank you. Yeah, and I found the kids very eager to learn, and very interested in listening to what I had to say. So
I'm asking this question, and that's the question I also asked to Jared and Kate in my previous discussions, because I'm kind of interested is whether those figurines and the way we Poles create them, whether they affect real relations. I mean, whether people do filter living Jews through those images, whether those images are kind of influencing the way we perceive the Jews, or this is something that in our end is pretty much very disconnected, and we're treating those figurines, as Anna Maria just said, as a kind of magical thing, not a real thing, like a real human being.
Mm-hmm. I thought what Anna Maria had to say was very interesting, because when I first came to Poland, I didn't know sort of the history behind the figurines, and I never found them particularly offensive or anything. There's sometimes when the facial features would be very over exaggerated, and then those crossed a line. But my parents are artists. My dad was a woodworker, so I bought a bunch of them, and my parents have a little band that lives on a shelf in Nashville. And but I was sort of thinking while Anna Maria was talking about how it's filtered, and I think it's more a part of the iconography of Jews that sometimes you see in museum collections, not so much in Galicia, but what we would call maybe a traditional museum that has the Judaica. And when they have pictures of Jews, it's overwhelmingly Hasidic men. And that's not me. That's not the that hasn't been my family in generations upon generations. And it also leaves out a very important part of Polish Jewry that was not Hasidic and that was not male. And so I felt that sometimes there was a tendency within some of the education programs I was seeing, or some of the explanations in museums, to use the most orthodox traditions. And the reason that that was given was often, well, we don't want to confuse anybody. We don't want them to make improper parallels with Catholicism, for example. And I felt that was a little bit unfair to the people who came in. I think this is changing. I know within the education department at the museum, I've done presentations with Polish kids where I would say, this is the traditional thing, this is what my family does. And they weren't terribly confused. So I think there is a part of it, but I think over time, people have come to see that the Jewish experience worldwide, but also within Poland, is much more varied. There are much more shades of gray. There's a lot of variety within the community, and both historically and today. And so, yes.
Thank you. Do we have a question from the audience or not? All right. If there are questions, please type them in the chat, or just kind of be waving your hands. I'm kind of, so there's a question.
Hello.
Please, you need to unmute yourself. Kian, would you like to ask your question?
Hello, man.
Hi, you have a question?
Hi. Yes.
Hello. All right. So let's go forward. And again, if there are questions, please type them in a chat box. So I mean, the crowd that I gathered here for this meeting is exceptional, because you all been here some time ago. Some of you are here today, but you know kind of a bigger picture. And what I'm kind of trying to understand is, how does this Polish-Jewish relations look from a wider distance, from a longer perspective? Because again, it's pretty straightforward to come to Krakow, spend here a shorter period of time, and that's what happens. I mean, people go back and say, I've been there, I know what's going on. I'm wondering, how does it look from the longer perspective? You've been coming to Poland, Gina, your relation with Poland is more than 10 years long. What's going on in terms of Polish-Jewish relations in Poland these days? Where does this kind of interest comes from? Whether is it true, or is it fake? Whether it's to apologize for the difficult past on the side of Poles, or to make money, or there is something more in that?
Oh, there's definitely something more. I think it's very unfair to say that the revival of Jewish life in Poland is somehow fake or illegitimate. I mean, that's just so very insulting, and I hate it when I hear that. I think it's been pretty incredible from when I first came to Krakow in 2002 and then until today, of how much it has changed. Just how much that there's, this wellspring of interest and of projects from both non-Jews in Poland, but also of Polish Jews. And I found that incredible, because I mean, I've always said that there's many paths to Judaism, and there's many ways to engage with Judaism, and speaking as somebody who is Jewish. And so you can find all of that in Krakow, in Poland, whether you want to engage artistically or culturally or religiously, and that's not fake. That comes from deep inside you. And the people I have had the honor of working with, of going to synagogue with, of participating in projects with, they are young, dynamic Polish Jews. They're sometimes their parents, sometimes of the older generation of survivors who've been so important. That this is a dynamic, mighty, small but mighty community. And I think interacting with non-Jewish Poles, ranging from people who are professionally involved or just doing their own projects in small towns and villages, to people who just have an interest. I mean, I had one of the summer programs I did in Poland. I lived in a town called Ostrołęka, which is up between Warsaw and Białystok. And one of my host families, the father was sort of the local Jewish historian. And he sort of learned English he had 2 books, and one of them was about like Jewish culture. And so he knew all kinds of things about the Jewish history of that area. And he was completely self-taught and was doing this because it interested him. And my other Polish host families have always been, even if they weren't interested before they met me, they have come to projects and to programs and have been interested in what I'm doing. So I think there is an interest, and I don't think it's about apologizing or making money. I'm sure there might be those people on the margins, but I think it's a genuine interest. And I think Anna Maria was talking about the literature, the underground literature from the communist era, and listening, because my research interests are Polish-Jewish relations after 1945, and learning about Jewish topics was a way to resist or to be in opposition to the Communist Party, and to read the works that were published in the underground press. It's coming from a place like, why would you do that if you weren't genuinely interested? It would be a lot easier not to. So especially at that point when you could get into some pretty serious trouble. And I think now that one could express it openly, that it's, I'm trying to think of the right word. It's something deeper than just something that's happened in the last 5 years, 10 years, or because of Schindler's List. Like, it's an actual current that has come up.
Well, I mean, I think that, again, as you say, and perhaps this should be underlined, that yes, today Krakow is and Poland in general is a truly fascinating place where if you have enough time and you're willing to, you will see all sorts of stories and narrations. I mean, you will find fascinating projects like Polin Museum, Galicia Jewish Museum, Jewish Culture Festival in Krakow, the Festiwal, the Jewish Community Center. I mean, you will find those places that are kind of created at the culture, as you said, but also something, projects that, as you, again, Gina just said, coming from within the Jewish community. This is something that was not there in such a respect for 50, 60 years after the war. And today we're facing this, that there is the Jewish Community Center in Krakow, in Warsaw, Jewish communities across Poland in major towns and cities, but still those people are present and are visible. I think one of the things that changes is that, you know, during the Hanukkah holidays, you will have the Hanukkahs being lit by the Polish president and the Hanukkahs being presented at the main squares of Krakow and Warsaw in the public space, and the public acknowledgement of the Jewish, not only of the Jewish past, because we've been seeing those, we have traces of the Jewish past all over, but most of all, the Jewish presence
Yeah.
in the contemporary Poland. So these are things that are visible. But of course, there are those negative processes. I mean, the commercialization, the kitsch, the anti-Semitism that is still there, and perhaps growing these days in the present day Poland. But I think that, again, your voice and the voice of other people that we had today can put this into the perspective to show that this is not a reaction to 2018 or 2016 kind of events, that this is not fresh made for new incomers, but this is a result of a much longer processes that started in the 70s and 80s and 90s and so on. So could you tell us a bit, Gina, about the kind of the Jewish community as you remember it in your times? I mean, because people are often diminishing the role or diminishing of the existence of the Jewish community. How does this look from your end?
Well, I thought a lot had changed. When I did my first year of university in Poland, there was the Remu synagogue, and that was the Chulent organization, the Jewish Student Union. But if I wanted to attend progressive services, I had to go to Warsaw. And to see the reopening of Jewish communities and the inclusion of progressive Judaism in Poland, and being lucky enough to have been part of that process by being a member of Beit Krakow, and I worked with Beit Warszawa at some point. I've worked with a lot of different people, and to see how people come in and created this community, and that, as I said, it's these very creative, dynamic people who are not doing this just for fun or to be a prop to show foreigners coming in. This is a genuine movement. And I remember sometimes at synagogue that people were sometimes happy to have groups, but not everybody was, because they felt like they were on display, which I can only imagine. And having that interaction, though, I think was very important on both sides. But I liked our sort of intimate little community, and for the groups to see that we're normal people, students, older people, people with kids, and so on. And yeah, it was very cool to sort of grow into my Judaism in Poland. I mean, I've always been involved, but it was, I got a lot of challenges, and to parts of my faith, to learning new things, to approaching Torah and the traditions from a different perspective. And it was a learning and growing process for me, and that I really enjoyed sort of being taken in and maybe sort of being adopted as a Polish Jew.
I think that this may be very surprising for some of the listeners to learn that this is something that you can actually encounter and experience in Poland. So Gina, thank you so much for joining in. It was lovely to see you, and we miss you, and we'll miss you not seeing you in Krakow this year.
Yeah, thank you, Agosha. Thank you so much. I really appreciate being invited. And yeah, I hope to see y'all very soon once all this craziness is over, because I can't believe it's been 2 years since I've been in Krakow. I'm having like.
To be honest, we haven't been in Krakow. At least I haven't been in Krakow for a while as well. Even time is so close. So.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope next year in Krakow. Stay safe. All the best wishes to your husband, and good luck with everything. Remember, Gina's friendlies translations and proofreading is your peak when looking for excellent services. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you. Bye.
So one mug of coffee is empty. I have another one as a courtesy of my partner. But before we go there, let's make a 1 minute technical break, and I'm right back to you. So stay tuned. Okay, so we're back with last but not least my very special guest, and again that little acknowledgement at the very beginning. So Anna Maria has mentioned significant others, so that would be my significant other. So I need to kind of remember that anything I say probably will be used against me later on. So let me introduce Małgorzata Fus, Gosia Fus, who came to Krakow from a small town in the mountains called Nowy Targ. Not just to enjoy the city, but actually to start studying at the Jewish Studies department at the Jagiellonian University at the part of the epic year of 2002. And later on, Gosia started her own tour guiding company through Walking Tour. And just like we could see with Adam, guiding and specializing on Polish-Jewish relations doesn't only mean that you just guide people. The company that Gosia started has done far beyond documenting, commemorating, for example, the place after the Jewish orphanage in the former ghetto with a plaque. This was a project she and her colleagues done just 2 years ago. And Gosia is expert in the Polish-Jewish relations. So what I want the first question I'd like to ask is actually, what made this girl from Nowy Targ coming to Krakow back in 2002, and from all of those different possibilities, deciding to study the Jewish studies?
Hello everyone. Thanks Kuba for having me from upstairs. That wasn't a very long walk. To the point. It's really, I mean, I've been asked this question for a very long time. What made you study Jewish studies? And I've developed this epic, answer that I don't want to use here because you are not my regular crowd. But so let me be completely honest, all right? So the thing is, I wanted to do something interesting. Not so I wanted to, I wanted to study. One of the options was political studies, but at the end, I felt that this is something more interesting. So this was the first, thing that pushed me to study Jewish studies. So you can already see that I guess I'm not the only person that thinks so. That this is something interesting, this is something worth getting into, and this is something worth discovering, right? So like Kuba said, I come from small town, Nowy Targ, and only when I started to study, I was becoming more and more aware of what my hometown was. Of course, growing up, I would, I guess, hear from my grandmother. I remember, I have this picture that I guess I painted myself because of this one comment that she would throw at some point. Walking through the main square in Nowy Targ, she would say, "Oh, and this is where the Jewish women were sitting in the sun and enjoying themselves." And, I remember this little comment. It wasn't negative, but it wasn't also completely positive. She painted those, she would just out of the blue, she would say, "And there's Jewish women sitting here in the sun," right? And she would talk a lot about Nowy Targ before the war, her father, his business, and so on, and about the war, of course, about the brothers that fought as partisans, and so on. So there was a lot about this, but about the Jews, she would throw this one comment, and I immediately painted it in my head, big Jewish women sitting and, lazily in the sun and so on. But there was not that much. I also had a great teacher in high school, history teacher, and she was trying to tell us a little bit more. I mean, I learned it later that my experience was maybe a little bit different than the experience of my colleagues that did not have such a great history teachers. But she would tell a little bit more than what was in the curriculum. And in the curriculum, there was nothing. There was Holocaust and that's it. And there was, Jankiel in Pan Tadeusz. So that was, I mean, I didn't know about the Jewish history of my hometown, but I kind of felt it, you know, that there was something there, that there are those people who I don't know if this was for all of us, that, you know, they felt unreal. I felt that they are, I don't know, like some forgotten fairy tales. There were some glimpses here and there. Somebody mentioned something, but this was not a story. This was not, you know, something that I understood. I felt it more than I understood it, right, back then.
So I think that's kind of continuum of what we already heard, both coming from Anna Maria in the context of Polish diaspora in the States, but also Adam, and that's also true for myself. I mean, we, even though we've been living and grew up and been raised in these post-Jewish spaces of our towns, both bigger and smaller, the Jewish story would not be part of our narration. This was not something that would be a significant part of the stories that have been shared with us. I mean, we've been living and surrounded by stories of our own, of the father partisan or uncle partisan, of our own suffering, our own pain, our own heroes, and the Jews would not be there. This Jewish story would not be conveyed. It was in this very personal, I think, dimension. It was not that people would not talk about this because of some political fear or because of some deeper reasons. I think perhaps it was just because it was not interesting enough to fit or not being recognized as interesting enough to be conveyed as a part of the.
Or maybe it wasn't just yours, right?
It wasn't just ours. I totally agree. So and again, I mean, when going back to 2002 and the first year of the Jewish studies for all of us, the group consisted of people coming from all sorts of places, all of Poland. And I think we all had the same thing in common. I mean, we came to Krakow because this was the only place we could learn about the Jews, even though we came from places like Nowi Krakowianie, where the Jews constituted a significant part of the population of the pre-war time, and there were still traces of this Jewish past, synagogue and cemetery, and I'm sure some other place. So. At your home, the Jewishness wouldn't be discussed, with the exception of those few remarks of the grandmother. So, what kind of image of the Jewishness you see that exists in Poland? I mean, Gosia, as a guide, is working with both foreigners but also outside Polish groups. Is there one image that those kids are bringing into those discussions? That you were having with them during the work of when you were working at education department of the museum and later on as a guide?
So I think that despite what you said before, I think that the general image of the Jew in Poland is very stereotypical. So we are, you know, living here in Krakow or in Warsaw, working as educators, meeting with foreigners, meeting real Jewish people, getting to know them. We have this knowledge. We know how complex Jewish world is, and so on and so on. But I think that for an average Polish person, the image of the Jew is very stereotypical. And people perceive Jews as Hasidic, religious Jews. This is what they understand. Now, this is what I, as you remember, painted in my head. Those Jewish women sitting there and so on. And I think this is the image somewhere, you know, coded in those memories of all the generation that is passed to us, that is passed to kids, is exactly this. It's exactly the image of Hasidic Jewhoods or Jewish women. I know that you, all of you mentioned that there's no image of Jewish women in this discussion, right? Well, I have image of Jewish women, the one that I've created for myself, but still, I think that for most of Polish people who do not travel that much, who do not discover other cultures. I mean, many Polish people do travel, but they travel, you know, for holidays. They would go to Egypt, but they would stay in a resort, and that's it, right? You don't go out to meet other people, to get to know them and to learn how they live and so on. And I think that most of Polish people are stuck in this image of a Hasidic Jew. I think, and this is what the kids we're bringing to the, let's say, discussion. And while I was meeting with them, and this is what they would know. And you know, even I didn't hear exactly what Adam said, but you said something about literature, right? So when you tell them, but you know, Tuwim or Brzechwa, we all know this. They don't realize that these were, you know, Jewish authors, artists, and so on, that are so much present within the culture that they perceive as Polish, because the image of the Jew that they have is very, very, you know, stereotypical, religious, and so on, and they don't understand the complex image.
Mm-hmm. And does this image is clearly negative? I mean, whether this the thing that, or when we accept the fact that most of the Poles, especially those coming from kind of outside of major cities, do perceive the Jews through this very stereotypical idea of Hasidic fiddler on the roof kind of figure. Whether things like, you know, Jews are good in making money or sneaky or the other clearly anti-Semitic cliches, are they bounded? And that's a kind of what Gosia said is very true. I mean, Jewish Culture Festival, again, that I'm referring to every year, there's this final concert, and you know, once my family from Nowy Sącz, also a small town south of Krakow, kind of came in and because they wanted to participate. So here they are sitting in one of the coffee places outside and listening to the music, and they are kind of with excitement asking me question when they're going to be the real Jewish music after, you know, 3 or 4 hours of the final concert of the Jewish Culture Festival, where for all those 4 hours there was a Jewish music coming from New York, from Ethiopia, from you know, all sorts of places, but it was not this stereotypical Jewish music they wanted to hear. And this music did not fit into the stereotypes. And again, you know, the family of mine is not anti-Semitic. They were coming to learn. They wanted to participate. They wanted to enjoy. And I hope, I mean, in some sense, they did enjoy. But I know also that they were disappointed with how much of this new Jewish music, of this Jewish music, was not fitting into this stereotype. So how about whether the stereotype is coming or is embedded with the anti-Semitism?
So let me share starting trying to answer this question. Let me start with this memory. You know, when I told my parents and my family that I'm going to study Jewish studies, right? What was their comment about it? What was their remark? So the first thing they said, you know, they made a face, what? but also they said, oh, you know, who knows? Maybe you'll find a nice, rich Jewish husband. And that shows you that, okay, on one hand, you know, they hope that I'm going to be happy finding a Jewish husband who'll be rich, who'll provide for me, right? Which is a good thing. Yeah, in a sense, because they want a good thing for the dollar, right? But on the other thing, the money component is there, right? So I think that, and it's of course, you know, we can talk about the history, why this and that and so on, starting from medieval ages and blah, blah, blah. But definitely there is this association that most of Polish people would have, right?
It must be such a disappointment for your parents.
Well, you're not my husband, technically, so who knows? But you just said that everything is going to be used against you. But But anyways, there's definitely money component, but there is also, I guess, in a popular understanding of, because this is something the money brings us to a lucky Jew, right? But also there's this component also of knowledge. So I think that, you know, you have two big stereotypes when you talk about what Polish people think generally about the Jews. Is the money, but it's also education and being intelligent, understanding the world, which also brings us to another stereotype, controlling the world, right? They understand the world so they can control it, right? Because this is what many Polish people think, right? So what I understand from what these kids or what Polish people bring to the discussion is that the religious perspective, the cultural perspective is not negative. It's very narrow, and it's, you know, seeing only this one image and not understanding how complex the story was. So this is not negative. The music, culture, cuisine, I mean, this is something positive, right? Polish people would never know this really, because, you know, Poles and Jews, traditional Poles, traditional Jews in the shtetl and so on, would not meet. They would not sit together, eating together. That's the best way to know each other, because the Jews would not eat in a Polish home, because they would need kosher food, right? And this is what they would not find in a Polish home. So there was always this very strict borders, right? And so there's the religious component, but there's also this slightly negative anti-Semitic component as well to it.
So we know more or less, and I fully agree with everything you said. I think that this is something that we see in our work, that it's not necessarily the clear anti-Semitism that we're encountering when working with Poles, when we're talking with Poles, when, you know, every Christmas dinner we're sitting with our members of the families, and we have those nice, lovely discussions with people that generally loves us. We're, you know, happy families. But then when we start to talk about those Jewish kind of things, we see how much, not necessarily open anti-Semitism, but how many stereotypes, misconceptions are there, embedded into the people that we know and we love. So that's, I think, is one.
Yeah, and you know, we are, I don't know if the word lucky is good to use here, but I mean, I moved to Krakow and I met Gina, I met Kate, I met Jared, I met Chris, I met Professor Jonathan Weber. I met, and I know now, real Jews, right? And this is something that most Polish people, this is the experience that most Polish people, don't have, right? And if you don't have this meeting with a real person who, you know, you see how this person reacts to emotions, you see how this person reacts to like everyday situations. And, you know, after all, you're learning that, you know, what we all want is to be happy, and, you know, when we were back then, a couple of years ago, have fun and you know. But this is what many Polish people, because we really live in a bubble, right? We meet people who are, you know, from the same groups and so on, people who travel, but that's not who, you know, that's not the entire country, right? So I don't want us to be stuck in our bubble, you know, what we think. But from meeting with lots of kids and so on, you know, they're not necessarily anti-Semitic. They just don't know, right? They haven't met anyone. They maybe saw a picture or two or photo or two, but that's all
So I mean, this is a paradox that we're in this country that 80, 90 years ago was one of the centers of the Jewish world. Then there is this gap created by the Holocaust. And we're filling this gap with this artificial picture of the Jew that we create, that is to be kind of friendly and useful and in no way threatening to us. And in order to overcome this stereotype today, we need to meet with real living Jews. And while we've been talking about the process of changes that took place that started to take place in Poland in the late 80s, there was something that Anna Maria was presenting, and then throughout the 90s and so on, we need to remember that at the beginning, this is not the process of revival of Jewish life itself. This is a process of rediscovering Jewish history or Jewish culture. The revival of Jewish life itself, and again, the Jewish communities were there in Poland, were here in Poland throughout the times, even during the communism, but they were invisible. For regular community, they were absolutely invisible. Even if there were Jews living in small towns like Nowy Sącz or Nowy Targ, they would keep their Jewishness for themselves. They would not be manifesting their Jewishness outside. So in order for us to overcome the stereotypes, that's something that Gosia is saying, we need a real living Jewish community. And this is the process that started in Poland of acknowledgement, of revival of the Jewish community 10, 14 years ago. The Jewish Community Center of Krakow was started in 2007. So there is this kind of circle, an evil circle, that without encountering living Jews, we produce the image that is to replace those Jews in a mass public culture. Because even if you go to the Emmaus event, the festival is doing that. Most of those people that are going there to buy a Jewish figurine, they would have never met a Jew in their life. So they are replacing this living person with this wooden creature that they are bringing in their homes. And this living, the wooden creature is then causing troubles and making real Jews kind of not coming to Poland or perceiving Poland through those wooden figurines that are built to perhaps in some way to fill the gap after those living Jews that are not any longer there.
Yeah, and what is also, I guess, very, very significant is that all the people that we've met are foreigners, right? Or most of them, yes. Well, this was it, right? And people from smaller places, smaller towns, smaller Polish villages. You know, they maybe, speaking about people from Leżajsk or Dubowa and so on, they would maybe meet those real Jews, but these are also very specific people who Hasidic Jews who travel to those places.
Sure. I think that that in this context of Krakow, again, here there are far more opportunities, and with the religious Jewish community, with Prezes Jakubowicz who was here, and the other members, of course, they are Polish Jews. They've been here. They are from within the families of the Polish Jews. But again, I mean, they've been, because of the history lessons, they've been trying to stay under the surface. They were trying to keep their things hello, because the history has teach them to do so. So this is this new Jewish community that is far more inclusive, far more open, far less afraid, because they don't, and therefore they're visible. But again, if you look at the small towns like Gosia mentioned, Bobowa, Leżajsk, I mean, in most cases, if you're a local inhabitant of this town, the Jews that you will see there today are either the Hasidim that are coming in the big groups, or Jewish army that is coming, or Jewish groups of youth that are all coming in big groups, guarded by guards with no interaction. Also coming within this very kind of spirit of being noticed, of reconquering or acknowledging that their Jewish presence, which results with lots of noise, lots of kind of chaos, fuss created around that. which is not helping to build the bridges, to build connections. So we have those two groups, and that's something that we've been encountering a lot when working with those two different groups of people, that they look at each other and they don't know what the other think about them, but they are kind of putting, because they are afraid, they creating, they're imagining the emotions that the other feels. So we have the Poles that are looking at those Jewish groups. They don't know what brought them to those small towns. They don't know what they think. They don't know what they speak, because they don't speak Hebrew. They don't speak English. So they feel this emptiness with their imaginations, and they feel that this is something threatening to them, that they are loud, and because they are angry, because they don't like the Poles. They accuse the Poles for being there in this post-Jewish space. The Jewish groups often are seeing those Poles, staring at them, and they do the same. They don't understand what those Poles are saying. They don't understand what those Poles are feeling. So they kind of create this dialogue in which the Poles are anti-Semitic. They Poles, and that's something that sometimes keeps coming back in the testimonies or the discussions that we were having, that they're looking evilly at them, staring at them, and you can kind of get this, that I know that he hated me because the way he looked at me. And again, that's not to say that there's no anti-Semitism. There is anti-Semitism, and again, we're facing this, especially these days in Poland. But this is not definitely in our opinion, I think, the entire picture. But before we finish, how about you say a bit about how Polish-Jewish relations are being perceived by the outsiders? Because while you all work with Polish groups, you also work a lot with outsiders, with people coming from outside of Poland. What is their kind of expectation of the Polish-Jewish relations, and what is their reaction when kind of they see what they see?
You know, so over the years, I'm working both with Jewish groups who come here, especially to we don't know the heritage, but I guess are we talking about the Jewish people or the regular person who comes to Poland?
So let's talk about the Jewish people, or people with Jewish roots.
What's their stereotype about Poles?
And on Polish-Jewish relations, or the history of the...
So, well, I guess if you are totally negative, then you wouldn't come, right? Or if you do come, then nothing would change your perspective, no matter how we try, and no matter how, you know, what we say, and but definitely, you know, there are two groups, let's say. There are people who are, especially, I guess, young, but not only open, and also what I usually meet with totally secular people, right? So I know more about Judaism than they know. So we go to a Jewish cemetery, and I have to explain things about the Jewish cemetery, things that are on headstones and so on, because they don't know it. So these are secular people who are, you know, mostly coming from states and brought up in an open society and so on. Also from very cosmopolitan, you know, environment. They are, I'm sure that they have stereotypes about Poland and Polish-Jewish relations, but they would not be very open with them, right? So they are very politically correct. I mean, I know that I also, speaking about this stereotype, how Poles are perceived by foreigners and so on. I remember working on materials recorded by survivors, and number of times these people would say, and this was shocking to me, and this was painful to me, the number of times these people say, "Oh, those Polacks, you know, they're stupid, they're crude, they're drunkards." there were, few individuals who would be intelligent and so on, but the mass would be stupid, rude, crude, drunkards, and so on. So this was shocking to me when I was a student and I would find out this, and I see that when people come here, they're in a little, but again, they see Krakow, they see Warsaw, right? The people who come here, they're in a little bit of shock. Well, this is a normal place, this is a civilized country. People speak English. People know what they're talking about. So of course, most of the people who come here, they would not say it, right? So this is again my feeling, right? But that there is a little bit surprised that it's all civilized in this Poland, godforsaken place.
Well, again, these are also all discussions that we could continue for hours. But kind of wrapping up this part of my show, I think that one of the questions is that while the figurines are clearly, I think, itself a negative creation, which doesn't help to overcome the stereotypes, which doesn't help to create a better future and more tolerant and fight anti-Semitism. I think at the same time, in terms of people that come to Poland from outside, they help to overcome or to overshadow the good things or the positive things that are happening in Poland, and that doesn't fit into the narration, the narration that very often exists of Poland as a land where Jewish life should not be back, where there is no Jewish life, or where there is anti-Semitism on every corner. Perhaps this is also the way that this helps to overshadow the fact that there is an amazing and growing number of the Jewish institutions, and the Jewish community are thriving, and there is this revival of Jewish interest in the Jewish culture itself. Gosia, thank you so much for joining me in for that last discussion. Now I'll invite you, thank you, for a last part of the program, which kind of be related to what we're talking about, and I'd like to take you for a tour of Kazimierz, and Kazimierz that is not from the present day, not even from the 90s, but also not of the Kazimierz of the pre-war, and this is interesting because usually we do kind of when we talk about Kazimierz and the Krakow Jews, we use those two points as a reference, the pre-war and then what's going on today, forgetting that after the war and before today there was 50-60 years where Kazimierz also existed. So what I'll do is I'll show you a short movie of a ride through Kazimierz of late 70s, together with bits of the program created in Kazimierz in early 1990s. And then I'll take you for a much more personal presentation of photographs with some comments. So just give me 1 second. I hope you see. So I know that we always could use more of Whitney Houston, but I don't know whether you could listen, you could hear the sound well enough to recognize that yes, it was two soundtracks of Beastie Boys and Whitney Houston, just to show that Kazimierz kind of exists today in two different narrations as a place where only drunks and thieves and you know bad things could happen, and on the other hand very Disney kind of space filled with good memories about good times. So how about we take a deeper look at the Kazimierz through my own eyes and very personal. So let me once again start sharing my screen. And I called that small presentation Kazimierz Scene, because again, I was born in Kazimierz in 1983, and this is where my family lived for generations. And Kazimierz exists usually in kind of those two narrations of the pre-war environment, a good days, Jewish community, and of course that's very true. I mean, approximately half of the Krakow Jews were living before the war in Kazimierz. Not all of the inhabitants of Kazimierz were Jewish. Approximately 75% of the inhabitants were Jewish. My family was part of this non-Jewish minority, partly living on Józefa Street, so again, very Jewish street, but also on Paulińska Street, which was more part of considered to be a Christian Kazimierz. Not all inhabitants of Paulińska were Christians, but yes, it was more modern part. And the second narration is this kind of, set for nice moments of our lives where we spend drinking coffee and wandering through the beautiful streets. And if we look at this moment in between, so post-war Kazimierz and pre-revival Kazimierz, we kind of use this very stereotypical image of drunks and prostitutes and thieves and dens and so on. So not always, and not everywhere, and not everybody. I mean, this lovely chap is me. In the Paulińska Street and eating cherries. I clearly enjoy it in front of the Sarah Schnierer building in Kazimierz near the Wisła Street. So for us, Kazimierz was never a set or never artificial, was never fake. It was home. It was a place that we grew up. It was a place that we were brought up together with my family. This boy here is my older brother playing soccer at the Nad Wisłą, as we call it, and this patch of green area between the buildings and the Wisła. You see here a Wawel Castle. And pay attention to this photo because I'll get back to this at the end. So it was home for us. It wasn't nostalgic. It wasn't empty. It wasn't fake. As I said, it was the only home we remembered as a generation that was born in Kazimierz. I was born in 1983. My brother here in the front row was born in 1976. This is where we belong to. This is ours. You pay attention to those lovely carpets hanged in very Galician style out of the window during this is the first communion. And we stayed there throughout the times when the Kazimierz started to change with my brother, with my attending school. So for us, despite the fact that Kazimierz was poor, was dangerous, was filled with many problems, this was home, and Kazimierz was very exclusive. I mean, we all, and that's something that was confirmed by Monika Murzyn in her book on Kazimierz. People of Kazimierz felt very proud of being from Kazimierz. Saying, I'm from Kazimierz was something that meant a lot in the communication. Many people, of course, unlike my family, arrived to Kazimierz after the war. They came from different places, and for them, Kazimierz was a new place, especially for those parents. But in generations of my colleagues and my brother's colleagues, yes, this was home. We would go to the Okrąglak, not to buy zapiekanki, not to learn about the Jews, but just to buy meat. And this is something that I still very clearly remember, going to Plac Nowy. None of us who were brought up in Kazimierz would be referring to this Plac as a Nowy today. For us, it's always Plac Żydowski. This would be a part of the living landscape of the living neighborhood. So again, what I wanted to show is that yes, despite this narration that we often see today as Kazimierz of post 1945 and pre 1989 as a very kind of dark place, it was a place of life. There was always a life in Kazimierz. But yes, Kazimierz, especially in the 50s, 60s, and throughout 70s, was in many ways not the best place to live for all of us. I mean, for all of us, the dream, the sign of success would be to move out from Kazimierz. Moving into Kazimierz throughout 60s, 70s, and 80s, and early 90s would not be something. Was a sign of a problems. If you had to live in Kazimierz, it means that you were unable to make a living and to be successful enough to pick another part of Krakow. If you compare Kazimierz of 1950s, those photographs, or 50s and 60s, to Nowa Huta, this would be a place where, a dreamed place. Nowa Huta, a perfect city built by the communists. And if you compare the conditions of life in Nowa Huta and Kazimierz, there is like two different worlds, different dimension, as Beastie Boys said before. So yes, I mean, this would be many of those new inhabitants of Kazimierz came from different places. They wouldn't have roots here. They wouldn't have connections. They wouldn't have ties. They wouldn't understand this place. They would be colonizing these empty spaces after the people that in many ways they wouldn't know, haven't met. Kazimierz of 1950s, 1960s is a dilapidated, yes, in many ways abandoned place, abandoned not of people, but abandoned of the past, abandoned of the history, of perhaps a hope for a better future, of ownership. But again, and this was, the situation was not improving throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s, or not everywhere improving. If you recognize this place, though, those of you that are from Kazimierz should recognize that this is Józefa Street, and today this building doesn't exist. The Kazimierz district, the conditions of the Kazimierz district was so poor that actually those two buildings were burned down when the famous movie or series was made called Noce I Dnie, Day and Night and Days, based on the Polish book depicting the fate of the 19th century Polish family. It was just cheaper to burn down two buildings in Kazimierz than actually build a proper set that would be burned. And if you go if you go and watch the 12th episode of Noce I Dnie, you will see this this part of Kazimierz being burned down. And this is how it looked after its destruction. And here you see the old synagogue. So yes, of course, the citizens of Kazimierz has changed. I mean, before 1939, you have 65,000 Jews, as I said, in Krakow. More or less half of them are living in Kazimierz. In 1945, end of 1945, you have approximately 7,000 Jews in all of Krakow. Most of them are leaving Krakow soon after because of the violence, because of the political situation, because of the pogroms that are happening in Krakow and across Poland. So there are those new incomers that are bringing new stories, that are not related, and so they don't care. I mean, they don't care. They don't choose Kazimierz as their final dreamed destination. This is where they end up, and it takes time to grow those roots. So this is this new generation of people that are born in the 70s and 80s. That is the first generation that actually is born and consider Kazimierz, and I'm talking about the wider sense of my colleagues from primary school, of whom most of them, their grandparents were not from Krakow, were not from Kazimierz. They would be from all over the place, all over Poland. But we were the first generation. We were proud of being Kazimierians. This was home. We never knew anything but the Kazimierz. And we didn't need the rest of the world. As Monika Morzyn is confirming, I mean, Kazimierians were extremely proud of where they are from, which did not mean they don't want to escape, because the conditions of the space was difficult. Of course, the Jewish, the traces of the Jewish past were still there, and this is the old synagogue. The Popper synagogue, but they were colonialized. I mean, with most places were then used by different companies. Isaac synagogue was used as a storage in the 80s of artworks by the Association of Artists. Popper synagogue was used as a cultural center. On Majzelsa, the former Beit Midrash was used as a carpenter, and this again, I remember the carpenter office and carpenter works happening inside of that building. Kupa synagogue was used as a manifest lipcowy kind of cooperative, and so on, so on. So this Jewishness that was still visible was colonized with new purposes. And this was still visible throughout. I mean, this wasn't changing until the 90s, and actually beginning of 21st century. I'm kind of speeding up because I'm running out of my time. I thought that 4 hours is an ocean of time, but now we're kind of reaching the shore. But Kazimierz of the late 80s is nothing like a dream. Kazimierz of 1980s, and I'm going to be using the statistics from a monumental work of Monika Morzyn, it's a shabby place. I mean, we didn't notice that at the time. Using some statistics, I mean, in 1986, only 10% of the buildings of Kazimierz were considered to be in a good shape. 84% of the buildings were in a desperate need of renovations. Approximately 30% of those 84% were kind of presenting zero architectural value. So Kazimierz of 1980s, when we talk about that, you know, Kazimierz today is not real, it's not genuine, it's full of kitsch and so on, so on. Okay, it is what it is, but let's compare it to the Kazimierz that existed for 50 years. If you compare those buildings, and for me, even though I moved out from Kazimierz because I kind of, and that's also true for most of my colleagues, the success of the Kazimierz, the change of the Kazimierz was not necessarily good things for the inhabitants of the Kazimierz. The vectors of the incomers and the vectors of the people that lived there were going in a totally different directions. The Kazimierz became too expensive later on in the 2000s to live in for most of us. So just to give you a few other thoughts, I mean, in 1983, Kazimierz has only 19 bars and restaurants and coffee areas in all of Kazimierz, 19 places. Also, in 1983 or 1988, there are 3 bookshops in all of Kazimierz. In 2004, after many changes, there are 133 bars, restaurants, and cafeterias. And in pre-COVID 2019, 2020, that number would be, I'm sure, much bigger. In 1989, guess how many hotels there are in Kazimierz? 0. There are 0 beds in Kazimierz for tourists in 1989. So Kazimierz does not, and that's something that Anna Maria was referring in her discussion, that Kazimierz was off the map. That was like a black hole. You wouldn't come, you wouldn't go there. It was not on a tourist map of both incomers and Krakowians. 2004, 22 hotels with 695 beds. We can only guess how many there were before the COVID happened. Just kind of finishing up, you know, the change that took place happened not out of the blue. I mean, on one hand, it is estimated, again, based on Monika Murzyn research, that between 89 and 2004, 60 million zlotys was pumped into Kazimierz to renovate those buildings. So this miracle is not happening out of, you know, the blue. This is the city of Krakow pumping a significant amount of money into renovations of those of this neighborhood. On the same time, the city of Krakow has never supported financially the businesses, the culture that was recreated there. So that's why lots of those galleries, lots of those pubs have to look at the commercial aspects of their activity, because otherwise they would not be able to survive. They would not be able to pay rents that are growing year by year because of the success of the Kazimierz. So when we talk about commercialization of the Kazimierz, we need to remember that only because of this commercialization of the Kazimierz looks as it looks today. And if we wanted to think about whether it's genuine or not, let's go back to this Kazimierz that I very well remember, of Kazimierz of late, this is actually early 1990s. And the last thing I wanted to show you, and again, I apologize for extending my time, my friend Betty Q, is this is where this first photo was taken of my brother playing football, and I played football at this patch of grass too. It was never green. It was never so well maintained. Why? Because it was filled with life. It was boys playing soccer, and there was never enough time for this grass to grow. Today, this is all very well attended, neat, and safe and beautiful, but there is no one. There's no one playing football on those grounds. And I think that also kind of shows the thing that we, as a former inhabitants of Kazimierz, are seeing, that Kazimierz has changed, and the chopping down of those trees that we've kind of witnessed recently is a good sign of this change happening. So maybe there are going to be an opportunity for us to go back to this tour of Kazimierz of 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s and 90s at some other occasion, because this is something that I think is rarely done. But this is the end of my time here. So I'd like to thank everybody for patience. I hope it was interesting. And I pass the floor to Betty Q and my colleagues from the festival. The floor is yours. Thank you so much, and good luck.